Hello, everyone. I am Se-hee Kim, the moderator of the 2021 Fourth Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It is a pleasure to meet you. I would like to thank the distinguished guests who have taken time out of their busy schedules to participate and also those viewing online. This conference is being provided in English and in Korean in live broadcasting. Those who want to listen to the Korean must set their receiver channels on 1 and 2 for English. Those who are participating via live broadcasting can select English and Korean channel on the Fourth Industrial Revolution Committee YouTube channel. And next, we will like to view a video of a special person who is going to introduce the conference. Hello, everyone. I am virtual human Louis, and I am a virtual face created by deep learning and AI, and I am active in the digital world. And Louis, I would like to introduce the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and that is why I am here today. Data, network, artificial intelligence, DNA, is rapidly leading to digital transformation of our lives, which is the fourth industrial revolution. And as we live amid the pandemic, we are faced with many challenges. How is the future going to change? And we would like to think about AI and digital transformation for a better future. I'm sure that you are excited about our conference, and we will now begin. Louis is receiving a lot of focus and fanfare these days, and with her opening, it really does feel like we are kicking off the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And just as Louis introduced, the theme of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Conference is on AI and digital transformation for a better future. So we will be seeking ways to provide a better digital future. And we will now start the conference with the opening speech from Prime Minister Boo-gyum Kim. Please give the Prime Minister a big hand.
Rui just talked about a way to overcome the COVID crisis that might be great. Distinguished guests and honorable participants joining us for a live broadcast. Let me welcome all of you to this Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. AI and digital transformation and also the governance will be discussed in this forum, and I would like to thank the Yoon Sung-ro, co-chair and member of the Presidential Committee on Fourth Industrial Revolution for their great efforts. I would like to also thank the Oh Se-jung, President of Seoul National University, for serving us as a keynote speaker, as well as the Robert Atkinson, President of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation of the U.S., Uli Knussen, Deputy Secretary General of the OECD, and Margaret Vestager, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Europe. Thank you very much. Also, I want to convey my gratitude to ambassadors from the Embassy of Sweden, France, Denmark, Austria, India, Colombia, and also Peru, as well as the members of the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution and journalists and speakers at home and abroad. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. Distinguished guests, celebrating its fourth occasion this year, the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution provides an effective venue to share policy examples of various countries and explore ways for cooperation to cope with huge and rapid technological transformation. The theme of this year is AI and digital transformation for a better future. AI and digital transformation can bring blessings to humanity, but it is also true that they can pose threat to human dignity and disrupt human ethics. There are also some growing concerns that when new technologies are exclusively used by a country or by a population group, that will widen digital divide and social disparity. Technology should always be human-centered. AI and digital technology should not be used as a tool for discrimination and surveillance. Against this backdrop, today's event is truly meaningful and timely as we are going to navigate how to achieve harmonious coexistence with AI and digital transformation for a better future. Distinguished guests, COVID pandemic has sparked the widespread adoption of contactless digital economy and has accelerated the speed of fourth industrial revolution. Today, establishing national response system to pursue fourth industrial revolution and laying groundwork for innovation has become a pressing challenge for every nation. The Korean government, as its core task, has pursued the Digital New Deal, and we have poured out investment to create DNA ecosystem or data network and AI ecosystem that are conducive for growth. By establishing sophisticated online infrastructure, we foster the growth of new industries while helping existing businesses to improve productivity for inclusive growth to pursue fourth industrial revolution for everyone. And also, this year, the government announced the Korean New Deal 2.0, which added Human New Deal to existing policy framework to address digital divide and to promote investment in human resources for digital transformation. The numbers truly speak for themselves. Korea ranked first in terms of Bloomberg NEF, National Industry Digitalization Index, and first in OECD Global Digital Government Assessment. And we also ranked second in UN EGDI or E-Government Development Index. All of these achievements were made possible thanks to our proactive preparation for the fourth industrial revolution. As Prime Minister and co-chair of the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, I personally appreciate all of your dedication and hard work, for all those who have worked so hard, all the pioneers and the early adopters. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, today the world is still fighting an uphill battle against the COVID pandemic. All the challenges that humanity face, including the COVID issues, we are now stepping up our efforts. And also the Korean government today came up with a new guideline for COVID response. So this is truly an uphill battle. So humanity face a lot of challenges, including COVID and infectious disease, climate crisis, digital transformation, and none of them can be solved by one single country. Before everyone is safe, no one is safe, as the quote says. And therefore, we all need to cooperate and join forces together. We need to turn this COVID crisis into an opportunity to accelerate global cooperation. When you are alone, and when you are well alone and others suffering, your well-being can never be protected. Only when all of us are safe, the recovery can be sustainable. This is the lesson that we all garner from the COVID crisis. In this journey to the inclusive recovery, I sincerely ask all of you to muster your wisdom together to find ways to make better use of technology for the benefit of everyone. Once again, I'd like to thank you all for your participation, and I wish you all happiness and health. Thank you very much.
네, 이렇게
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Boo Kyum-kim. Thanks to his opening speech, I have even more higher expectations for this conference. Next, we will be hearing from the Chairperson of the National Assembly of the Republic of Korea Science, ICT, Broadcasting and Communications Committee. Hello, I am Lee Won-wook, Chairman of the National Assembly Science, ICT, Broadcasting and Communications Committee. I would like to congratulate the successful hosting of the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution under the theme of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Transformation for a Better Future. I would like to thank Yoon Sung-ho, Chairperson of the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution and presenters for their efforts to preparing this significant gathering. The Fourth Industrial Revolution has now become an irreversible trend. In this wave of great change, our government should not only actively respond to the wave of transformation, but also it should focus its policy capabilities to lead innovation. With this conference, we hope that new technologies such as self-driving cars, drones, and AI can work in harmony with mankind to usher in a warm future. Thank you very much.
네, 축사를 해주신 이원우
Thank you very much. Now we are going to begin the keynote session. This keynote session brings together scholars at home and abroad in order to discuss ways for a better future. The first speaker of the keynote session will be Oh Se-jung, President of Seoul National University. He will be joining us online and give us a presentation on real time. Good morning. I am Oh Se-jung, President of Seoul National University. It is very regrettable that I could not meet you in person because yesterday one of my staff was confirmed with the COVID case, and so I could not be there in person, and I would like to ask for understanding. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make presentation on the fourth industrial revolution and future talent. So I would like to briefly talk about what fourth industrial revolution is all about, and in order to respond to this new industrial revolution, we need talent. So I would like to briefly talk about what kind of talents we have to foster and how. Then I will conclude my presentation with my thoughts on education innovation. I don't know whether you remember this or not, but about 5 years ago, at this hotel, the very same hotel, there was a historic Go match between a human player, Isedol, and the AI player, AlphaGo. At the time, we thought that the Go may be a game that's most difficult for artificial intelligence. So prior to this historic match, most of the experts predicted that the human player will win. However, as you know, AlphaGo defeated the Isedol, and that was a shock to a lot of people. And that became an opportunity to make industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution, very popular. The fourth industrial revolution, this term was introduced by the Dr. Klaus Schwab in World Economic Forum in January 2016, and it is now interchangeably used with the digital transformation. So what is Industry 4.0 or fourth industrial revolution? As you know, the Industrial Revolution refers to a rapid transformation in economic system and social structure with the widespread adoption of advanced technologies. In other words, technologies have constantly been changed and developed, but when technological changes take place in massive scale, enough to bring huge changes to economy and social structure, then we call that Industrial Revolution. So human history has witnessed the 4 rounds of industrial revolution so far. As you know, the first industrial revolution began in the 18th century with the steam engine invented by James Watt, which drove up the productivity in a massive way. So prior to this invention, people produced what they consumed. However, with the first industrial revolution, the urbanization took place and a lot of factories and manufacturing base were created. And then the second industrial revolution, this is about electricity. So with the widespread of use of electricity, production process became more efficient. And the third industrial revolution arrived when this is combined with the IT technology and computer. And Industry 4.0, this is what we are witnessing right now. So this is combined with the big data, AI, and also the network, which brought about huge changes to our society. A key example of Industry 4.0 is self-driving car. So self-driving car, you may think that this may be manufactured by automotive companies because this is a car. But here you can see a lot of unusual cooperation or partnership. For example, like Ford joined hands with Google and Audi with the NVIDIA. So you see a lot of connections between IT company and automotive manufacturers. Why? Because automobile will no longer be just a vehicle for people and transportation. Rather, it will be equipped with a lot of state-of-the-art control systems as well as sensors in order to realize autonomous driving. Then what will be the future of automotive industry? So the automotive companies will continue to exist, but software development is required for automotive development, and therefore there will be the software developers working in the automotive industry. But today, let's say that you drive a car from Seoul to Busan for about 4 hours, and during that driving hour, you usually listen to music because the driver has constantly respond to the external signals and changes. However, with the self-driving car, driver has nothing to do. Human driver has nothing to do inside the cabin, and therefore they can watch a movie or they can do a lot of other things inside car behind the wheel. So the iPhone is manufactured by a Chinese company, Foxconn, and all the softwares are developed by Google, Apple. And iPhone is used not just for making a phone call, but it is used for various social interactions. And therefore, the Netflix, the Amazon, these platform companies can also have some businesses with iPhone. And also the most lucrative part of this ecosystem, the most lucrative business will come from platform economy. So platform service providers will take lion's shares and the profits of this ecosystem. So when we talk about the automotive industry, you can see that this is not just an expansion of the size of the existing industry. Rather, in the future, automotive industry will be completely different from what it is today. And the problem is that the change is taking place truly at a breakneck speed. So the scope and the speed of innovation will increase rapidly, and this will give a new opportunity to many developing countries to take a quantum leap. So this will also bring about huge social changes. In the past, the experiences have to be accumulated and technologies should be developed in a gradual manner in order for these middle-income countries to join the club of developed nations. However, with the Industry 4.0, they will have an opportunity to leapfrog. So Industry 4.0 can be a blessing and opportunity for countries, but at the same time, it can also pose a threat. And COVID-19 has accelerated the speed of digital transformation. With the emergence of contactless online economy, everybody is doing everything online. Shopping, lecture, everything is going online today. And therefore, artificial intelligence and digital technologies will continue to take growing importance. And Because of these changes, countries around the world, especially advanced nations, are now making active preparation for the coming changes, and they have come up with various policy frameworks. And in fact, it is the talent that leads all these changes, and therefore, advanced nations are stepping up efforts to foster experts in AI and digital technologies. Now let's take a look at what kind of talent development policies that these advanced nations are making and what kind of future talent we need in order to be better prepared for future. This is the research result from the Oxford University of the UK, and they predict that the 47% of the current jobs will disappear, especially the middle managers and professionals, including the accountants, journalists, lawyers, doctors. All of these professions will go away in the not too distant future. Until the era of the third industrial revolution, you see, that technologies only help people and increase productivity. However, the artificial intelligence can work like a human brain, and this will bring about massive changes to job market. So even for newspaper articles, things that are routine, for example, like changes in stock markets and also the sports game results, these are all written by artificial intelligence. And also the attorneys many of them will be replaced by artificial intelligence because there are a lot of routine works that can be handled by artificial intelligence in a more effective way than human beings. And World Economic Forum predicted that in 5 years, a lot of jobs will disappear and many new jobs will also be created. And what's important here is that 65% of the students entering grade school this year will work in the fields that do not exist today. In other words, you can see that it is no longer predictable to see what kind of work or what kind of jobs you are going to have when you grow up, because there will be a lot of new job opportunities uh, that do not even exist today. And this poses a significant challenge to our existing education system. And also, one of the problem or potential threat to the Industry 4.0 is that it is very advantageous to people with capital, talent, and best knowledge, and therefore it can result in the collapse of the middle income people and pose a significant threat to democracy. And also, ICT is an area where there are a lot of winner takes all, and therefore it will eventually lead to wider disparity in income, and also the bipolarization between the haves and the have-nots. And how to narrow down this divide will be a key issue. So, for example, like we have to strengthen social safety net by providing basic income to everyone. So the jobs provides the livelihood as well as the reward for sense of reward. So this is not just a monetary issue. So we have to think about how to ensure that everyone can live a meaningful life. So we are still not sure what kind of capacities or capabilities will be required for future talent. But what's clear is the soft power will be more important than hard power, and creativity and idea will be the key for future talent. And therefore, in order to succeed in the era of Industry 4.0, we have to foster talent with creativity and social mindset. And also, we have to reform and restructure the current research system and revise regulations. We also have to improve the global capacity for internationalization, and we have to respect diversity. An educational system should not be driven by rote memorization. Rather, it should be done in a way that can promote critical thinking, problem-solving capacities, as well as creativity and cooperation, communications, and also the cross-cultural understanding. These will all be the key features that we have to nurture in order to be prepared for future. Now, what kind of education innovation we should pursue in order to foster future talent? Of course, we have to instill creativity in the minds of students, and as I said earlier, rather than the rote memorization, we have to develop problem solving and fresh perspective and critical thinking for students. And so nowadays, artistic sensitivity becomes more important as well, and therefore we have to combine the artistic sensitivity as well as the digital literacy, and we have to promote multidisciplinary integrated learning. So this will require changes in university education as well. So we can no longer predict what kind of knowledge or skills will be required in the future. And therefore, we have to create learners who constantly learn and who can adapt to new changes. And rather than providing the in-depth knowledge course, we have to develop a lot of so-called generalists who can do well everything. So in Korea, because we do have a very fierce competition to enter into university, a lot of learning and education is driven by rote memorization. However, in order to foster talents befit the Industry 4.0, we have to promote critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. And this is not an easy task at all because students, until they become the third grader of the high schools, they just memorize everything and they try to get perfect scores. That's all they studied. But then upon entrance into university, all of a sudden they are required to think differently. They are required to think critically and creatively. And this is not an easy task. And this cannot be done overnight. However, if Korea cannot succeed in developing such talents, Korea will no longer have competitiveness in the era of Industry 4.0. So these are something that we must do. So as a conclusion, Seoul National University is also engaged in various kinds of efforts in order to promote self-reliant, self-critical thinker and also learner, and we have revised a lot of systems and policies in order to create right talent for future generation. So in order to succeed in the era of Industry 4.0, educational system has to be changed, and we have to develop learners who constantly learn throughout their lives. And so lifelong learning opportunities will be critical. And also we have to create an ecosystem that promotes birth of a lot of new companies, especially in order to create decent jobs. We really have to focus on this era. So we have to establish an innovative startup system, and we have to develop an ecosystem conducive for new startups. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
네,
Thank you very much, President Seo Jong-oh of Seoul National University. Next, we will be hearing from Robert Atkinson, President of Information Technology and Innovation Foundation. Despite the jet lag, he is going to be providing his presentation live via Zoom.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me? Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful, thank you. So actually, I don't have any jet lag. It's only 8:30 in the evening for me. So I appreciate that. I am sorry that I can't attend in person. I've enjoyed coming to Seoul over the last decade and enjoy the conversations and meeting good colleagues and friends when I'm there. But I'm really impressed that you're having this conference because it's a critical issue for every advanced country to really get their minds around, get their hands around, and figure out what's going on and what to do. So I think it's great you're doing that. I'm going to be a little bit, the previous speaker, the president talked about sort of some of the things that are embedded in the fourth industrial revolution. I want to talk a little bit, maybe higher level, about what I see are some of the political economy issues, and in particular, how countries should approach this and how they are approaching this issue of 4IR. Okay, next slide, please. So there are many different words for this: the digital transformation, fourth industrial revolution, ITIF, which I should have mentioned is the leading science and technology think tank in the world. We called it the CIS wave. In other words, 3 core and interlocking technologies: connectivity, which is both 5G and Internet of Things and sensors; autonomy or autonomous systems, including robots, including the autonomous cars our previous speaker spoke about; and then smart or intelligent, artificial intelligence being the key component of that. So in that report that we wrote, The Task Ahead of Us, it lays out what this technology shift is all about and what are the key things that both business and governments need to do to take full advantage of it and to make sure that we advance the technology adequately. Next slide, please. But one of the things I think is important in this whole discussion is how, what I will use the word 4IR, fourth industrial revolution, is framed. And I think it's at risk of being framed the wrong way, frankly. And really 3 main things about that overstate the pace and magnitude of change, overstate the power of the technology, and underappreciate the fact that companies are likely to implement this in a good way. So we go to the next slide, please. Okay, so let me see if I can see that here. All right. I am going to, hold on, it's hard for me to see that particular slide. Sorry. Okay, so you hear these statements, and by the way, let me be clear. This is a very important technological shift. No doubt about that. It's something new. But I think it's important to put it in some context. McKinsey Global Institute says, compared to the Industrial Revolution, change is happening 10 times faster and 300 times the scale, or 3,000 times the impact. And that just simply isn't true. It's not 3,000 times the impact of the steam engine or the development of precision measuring instruments in the Industrial Revolution. Klaus Schwab, who we heard about, said these technologies will affect the very essence of our human experience. I don't buy that. I think the very essence of our human experience is pretty consistent, and our kids will have a different life than ours, but it won't be fundamentally different. We've heard these things many times before. Alvin Toffler, the famous futurist, wrote back in 1970, "What is occurring now is bigger, deeper, and more important than the Industrial Revolution." Well, it wasn't. So I think it's the reason why I think it's important not to overstate the nature of this shift is when you do, or when people do, there's a natural reaction that people have of fear and digging their feet in. Most humans don't want change, or they certainly don't want change that's overwhelmingly fast. So I think we have to convey this as this is an important change, but it's not a giant revolution that we've never seen before. You hear also, this next slide, please, that the power of the technology is immense. We hear this particularly with AI, which is a terrible term. It shouldn't be AI. It should be complex database matching, data set matching. It's not. There's no intelligence there. There's no consciousness. Your phone, when you talk to it and you talk to Siri, there's no Siri. It's not a person. And yet you hear people like Nick Bostrom, a philosopher, who said AI will produce economic miracles and technological awesomeness with nobody there to benefit, like a Disneyland without children. And he says that because he says that AI will kill everybody. Elon Musk, at least, is not as pessimistic as Bostrom. Musk used to say that AI would kill us all. But now he has softened that, and he said, no, the AI will take over the world and will let us live, but we'll have to live up in the mountains, kind of how gorillas live right now. When people like Musk describe technology that way, a normal person should be quite afraid. The last thing in the world we want is a technology that's going to destroy the human race, and it's the last thing we will get because it's never going to happen. Okay, next slide, please. The last one, and perhaps the most important one, is there's this assumption that's built into much of the narrative around the Fourth Industrial Revolution that somehow all of the economic laws of the last 200 years are now outdated, that somehow companies don't have an incentive to provide the kinds of services and goods that people want, and instead they will use these technologies for nefarious, awful means. If they do, they're probably going to go out of business. John Markoff at the New York Times said that these technologies will foment vast new waves of unemployment, creating inescapable surveillance net and unleashing a generation of autonomous superweapons. None of those will happen. The only countries that will have an inescapable surveillance net are authoritarian countries that already do this. Democratic countries like Korea, like America, we will never do that because we don't accept government surveillance and authoritarianism. When the World Economic Forum talks about AI, they have a long list of 9 different ethical issues that they say are going to lead to all of these problems. Inherent bias, surveillance, inequality. I would dispute that. There's over 160 AI ethics organizations and commissions and groups all around the world now, 160. And they are working extremely hard to make sure that these issues, particularly bias, get addressed. So these companies, again, they have no incentive. No company has an incentive to build a biased AI system. They have every incentive in the world if they want to be able to sell it on the market and maintain goodwill to sell unbiased systems. And lastly, we're seeing now this very, very troubling opposition to productivity growth. Korea, as you all know, had the highest rate of productivity growth of any country in the world for a period of 30 or 40 years. It's a miracle of what you did. But as you also know, Korean productivity is slowing down. So is European, so is American. And we have to figure out ways to drive productivity growth if we're going to have better living standards for our children. And yet you have these economists, one of them a Nobel Prize winner, I believe, who's saying automation is excessive. It's a very strange comment to make when the rate of productivity growth in the US is the slowest it's been probably since the formation of our republic in 1776. Okay, next slide, please. So let me switch over, basically say, again, this is a very important technology system, but if we overstate it, what we will end up with is a backlash, which is what we're seeing now. So how do nations approach this? I would argue there's really 4 main paradigms or ways of structuring policy in this space. Not every country, by the way, has little bits of both. I don't want to imply that every country is one of these, but countries have a predominance to pick one over another. So we go to the next slide, please. So let me start with Europe. Europe essentially approaches these technologies from the precautionary principle. Virtually all of the narrative in Europe, whether it's at the commission level or whether it's at the country level, almost all of that narrative starts with what's wrong with AI, what's wrong with 4IR. It's going to be biased. It's going to lead to hate speech. It's going to lead to job loss. It's going to lead to lack of sovereignty. There's a long litany of problems. And so what is the predominant response in Europe when it comes to their 4IR policies? It's basically, let's regulate this and include antitrust to break up companies. And they justify that by telling themselves that regulation will actually help them boost innovation. Because if you regulate these technologies, people won't be afraid of them and people will adopt them. The evidence for that claim is pretty much zero. There's no evidence for that. And the evidence is actually much more on the other side, that if you overregulate these technologies, you confine data to silos where it can't be used for innovation. You limit the ability of companies to adopt and implement and innovate around 4IR technologies. So the problem with this is that it is, again, it's very defensive, it's precautionary, and it creates a space for incumbent interests to obtain protection, particularly against foreign companies. I was struck today that there was an announcement by the European Commission about a new cloud computing initiative, which only includes European companies. American companies, Korean companies, Japanese companies are not included in this. Now, why are they doing that? There's no evidence that foreign, I should say, allied based, I'll leave China out for this for a minute, but from Japan, Korea, US, there's no evidence that cloud computing companies in there are not perfectly good for Europe, but they're doing it because they can couch this protectionism in this frame of precautionary. And the result essentially will be reduced innovation, deployment, and competitiveness in Europe, which we're already seeing. A report that ITIF did recently looking at who's leading in AI, China, US, or Europe. We found that the US still leads in AI. China is catching up and getting close, but Europe is behind even China. Okay, next slide, please. So the next approach is really what you could call mercantilist, and China is really the case in point there. China's policies are designed around mercantilist intentions, unfair policies, and they're really designed to advance their national champions. China wants their companies in each of these spaces, whether it's AI, whether it's 5G, whether it's autonomous vehicles, they want their homegrown companies to be national champions all around the world. There's nothing inherently wrong about that. We all want our own companies to do well. The problem is, though, that the Chinese means by doing that are quite unfair. They're a complete violation of the WTO rules. Massive subsidies. They're putting hundreds of billions of dollars into semiconductors, hundreds of billions of dollars cash subsidies to companies for robotics. Stealing IP from Korea, from Taiwan, from the US, forcing companies, including in Korea, to develop technologies in China if they want market access. What is the narrative there? The narrative is basically we must lead in 4AI. It's not really that we're going to be a AI country that puts it all for our IR all around the country. It's we want our companies to lead. The politics there are quite simple. The companies have to follow the state. The companies are subservient to the Chinese state, and the Chinese state essentially tells them what to do. The result will probably be okay for China. They will continue to grow and advance in their 4IR economy. The problem, though, is that those policies are unfair, and as ITIF reports have shown, they reduce innovation and slow AI deployment around other nations. Okay, next slide, please. So the third approach is what you could call laissez-faire, and no country is pure laissez-faire, to be sure. No country is pure sort of government-led either. But the U.S., maybe Great Britain, Australia, Canada, the Commonwealth, English-speaking countries are closer to this model than any other country. And the core of this approach is, hey, these technologies are great, they're really amazing, and the market itself will help develop them and implement them. So what are the kinds of policies? Well, you make sure that tax policies are neutral between kinds of industries and technologies. You want to make sure you have limited regulation, strong intellectual property rights, and support for basic research and skills. Don't get me wrong, those are all very important, particularly limited regulation, which I'll come to in a minute, but that's not enough. And the narrative in the US is we don't pick winners, and hopefully we'll do well in 4IR, but maybe we won't because we don't pick winners. The politics are pretty simple. There's a limited role for government in the US. Even though the US government is doing some things, and more so under the Biden administration, there's still a limited role compared to other countries. The result is that the private sector in the US has a lot of freedom, and that's a good thing. Entrepreneurs in the US can take big risks and get big rewards, and that has driven the US innovation and digital economy to be the leader. but it also means limited public goods, limited investments, incentives, in a whole set of things. I'll give you a great example. Korea is really one of the global leaders in smart cities, all to the good, but we are not in the United States by any stretch of the imagination, anywhere near being good at smart cities, because we don't have any public policies really to drive smart city development outside of individual cities. Okay, last slide, please. Next slide. This is what I would say, as you can imagine, I'm getting to the crescendo of what I think countries should embrace. And that's what I would call an innovationist approach to 4IR. In other words, straight up, you want to maximize innovation. So you want to maximize the innovation of AI, and I'm sorry, of 4IR products, 4IR services, and you also want to maximize their adoption all around the country, whether that's in manufacturing, logistics, cities and government, education, finance, healthcare, you name it. But the way to do that is explicit technology promotion policies. This is something that Europe does somewhat, but Europe is much more focused on precaution than they are on promotion. And I think promotion is much more important. I think most of these issues that we hear about really will be taken care of. There are just so many checks and balances in each of our countries that will make sure that companies abide by these kinds of frameworks that we think, and that light touch regulation can complement that. I'm not an American libertarian. I'm not one who thinks that there's no role for government framing and rules. But those framing and rules can go very, very quickly too far, as we see in Europe with their general data protection regulation, where that set of rules has really slowed down the ability of companies in Europe to use data, because the privacy rules are so strict. Again, every country needs a good national privacy regime, but it needs to be one that balances the use of data and the ability to innovate with data with, at the same time, protecting consumer interests. So the politics of a country, and this, by the way, I've used the examples here of Singapore, which I think is really a great model here, and Israel. The politics of that are essentially a capable state, which both of those countries have, with public-private engagement. In other words, they work closely with industry. They understand what industry wants. There are many different kinds of partnerships with both sides putting resources at the table, and limited civil society involvement. What I mean by that is not that they don't listen to civil society, but civil society doesn't get a veto to say, we don't like sidewalk delivery robots, so we're going to ban them, as they have in some places in the US. Or we don't like facial recognition technology, so we're going to ban it, as some places in Europe have done, and in the US. And the result is, I think, maximum innovation and adoption of these technologies. So it's clear, I think this framework is the best. Now, if you have to ask me, where does Korea lie on that? I think Korea is a mix of, certainly Korea is very strong in this area. When we look at Korea and look at the policies you all have put in place, there's a lot that we think we can learn from you. But I think the risk for Korea and for a number of countries is to get diverted from more of this innovationist 4IR approach to a more of a precautionary approach. So that would be my caution, is to say, stick with and advance an innovationist approach, and be careful about going down a precautionary approach. Thank you so much. You can just go to the next slide, and it has my contact information. So feel free for folks, if you'd like to contact me. I would love to hear from any of you. So thank you so much. I enjoyed this conversation.
네, 좋은 연설을 해주신 로버트.
Thank you very much, President Robert Atkinson, for great speech. Next, Uli Kunnesen, Deputy Secretary General of OECD, will give us the presentation.
Esteemed participants, thank you so much for the kind invitation to join you today for the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I'm only sorry I can't be there in person, and I look forward to traveling back to Seoul in the future and enjoying your beautiful city. Today's session theme, Everything About Creating a Better Future, is one that's very close to our organization's heart and to the OECD motto, Better Policies for Better Lives. Last month, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of Korea's membership of the OECD. In those 25 years, Korea has become a real champion of the OECD's work on digitalization. The COVID-19 pandemic has further accelerated what was already a rapid pace of digital transformation. The major changes underway call for strategic reflection on how countries can best harness the benefits of digitalization while better managing some of the associated risks, challenges, and disruptions. Korea leads in many dimensions in this field, boasting world-class ICT infrastructure, outstanding talent, and a real openness to new technologies. As one of the most digitally developed countries in the world, we look forward to Korea's continued and active leadership as a key digital player on the OECD stage in the coming years. Korea has benefited from digitalization through its strong infrastructure, which provides nationwide 5G and fixed broadband, and which is underpinned by smart factories, grids, healthcare, cities, and roads. In fact, Korea is one of the first countries to roll out the 5G network nationwide. Korea is now harnessing the opportunity of the recovery from the COVID-19 crisis to reassess and improve policies and practices in favor of greener, more resilient, more inclusive, and more digital growth policies. This long-term vision is captured in the Korean New Deal, which aims to create nearly 2 million new jobs by 2025, based on the Digital New Deal, the Green New Deal, and the Human New Deal. Values-based technology governance will be essential going forward, and so will boosting skills and bridging digital divides, including digital gender divides. Up to 600,000 people benefited from government-led support programs to reduce the digital divide, and 163,000 SMEs and startups participated in the Digital New Deal projects. At the OECD, our policy advice includes an important focus on young people and how to support them through employment, education, and social policies. We're happy to see that the Human New Deal foresees significant investment in youth by providing the training and resources young people need to thrive in tomorrow's digital world. To young people in Korea and elsewhere, I would say the digital future is yours. Be flexible, think global, and dare to be ambitious. The OECD stands ready to support Korea every step of the way. We will support Korea in its efforts to ensure appropriate and equitable access to digital infrastructure, to invest in skills development, and to plan for the future of work to ensure that people and firms are not left behind, no matter where in Korea they're located. This includes leveraging our Digital for SMEs global initiative, the D4SME, an important vehicle launched in 2019 to keep up the momentum for digital uptake in SMEs, and which Korea co-chaired at the ministerial level. The Korean government's initiatives to increase the share of SMEs that use smart factories by 8% by 2025 demonstrates Korea's commitment to bolstering SME digitalization through sound policies and best practices. Likewise, Korea and the OECD will continue to benefit from the exchange of good practices and ongoing collaboration on different issues, including our human-centric and multilateral approach to artificial intelligence, data governance, and networks of the future through the GPI launched in June 2020. Today's session focuses on everything about creating a better future. For the past 15 years, at the OECD, we have been documenting inequalities along the many dimensions of people's lives and work to understand their drivers and to help countries design growth pathways that are fair and sustainable for all. Korea has been exemplary, really, in overcoming the COVID-19 crisis, effectively managing the health emergency and limiting the damage to the economy and people's livelihoods. Although, of course, challenges do remain. The most important message I want to share today, in terms of how to create a better future for all, is that policies should foster inclusive growth by design. We noted this in the recent OECD Inclusive Growth Review of Korea from February 2020. You may ask, what does this then mean in practice? First, responding to the labor market challenges posed by digitalization and demographic trends. This means leveraging on past efforts to create jobs and bridge divides between regular and non-regular workers. and providing better pay, working conditions, and social guarantees. The labor market impact of COVID has been cushioned in Korea by a range of measures, from the emergency employment security subsidy and relief checks to all households, to subsidies for vulnerable workers and firms to retain jobs. Going forward, we welcome Korea's ambitions to further strengthen social protection and consider new types of employment as envisioned in the Human New Deal. This will support upskilling and reskilling of disadvantaged and underrepresented workers, notably women, youth, and older workers. And it'll also help to promote the reallocation of workers towards new employment opportunities that arise from the digital and green transformations. Second, enabling business dynamism through ensuring that innovative industries such as blockchain, robotics, and artificial intelligence are set up in a way that can enable SMEs to compete on equal footing with large companies. Evaluating and streamlining existing SME support would also help small firms and startups to navigate the complex landscape of available programs and remove disincentives to grow. Third, pushing forward plans to level the playing field between manufacturing and services, as well as between large incumbents and young small firms. Creating a better environment for SMEs and startups to work with large firms would contribute to sharing productivity gains more broadly. In a digital context where manufacturing is increasingly bundled with services, encouraging service providers to join GVCs would boost productivity and inclusiveness and preserve Korea's position as a global manufacturing hub. Fourth, promoting trust and raising support for policy reforms by engaging actively with citizens. This includes by addressing past legacies and perceptions of undue advantages, and by confronting any vested interests in business, education, and other dimensions of life. Fifth, integrating inclusiveness in the budget process to make it accountable over a longer term. And then finally, putting in place a robust measurement framework with timely indicators to monitor inclusive growth outcomes to help assess the distributional impacts of policies. The Korean New Deal integrates the green and inclusiveness dimensions from the outset, while harnessing the potential of digitalization. This is a great leap forward in the right direction, and you can count on the OECD to support Korea in the journey of its implementation. So let me close by thanking Korea for its support for OECD's connectivity work, including for our new project to develop policy recommendations for extending connectivity in key economies in the Southeast Asian region. As a region of high importance to the OECD, we're looking forward to sharing our initial analysis at the OECD's Southeast Asia Regional Program Ministerial Conference in February next year, and by the way, in Seoul. It's our mission at the OECD to contribute to the global and national efforts to deal with the climate crisis, to support the decade of action on the SDGs, and to help countries to meet the grand task of building back better in the COVID-19 aftermath. Please count on the OECD support to help Korea create a better future. Thank you.
네, 올리크누센 부사무총장님의 발표까지 들어봤습니다.
Thank you. That was the speech by Ole Knudsen from OECD. Next, we would like to invite Margaret Vestager, Executive Vice President of the European Commission.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join you today. I'm only sorry that I cannot be there in person. Because one of the nicest things in the world is to spend time with people you have a lot in common with. And Korea and Europe have enormous amounts in common. If you look at any list of the most innovative, most digital countries in the world, you can be pretty sure that you will find Korea and several European countries at the very top. The World's Intellectual Property Organization, for instance, in its latest Global Innovation Index, has 5 EU countries and Korea in its top 10. Bloomberg, meanwhile, puts Korea first, with 6 EU countries among the other 9 leading innovators. And there's another thing we have in common when it comes to the digital future. In Europe, we're convinced that the only way to deal with a digital transformation is with a single, coherent digital strategy. And that is why, alongside my work as Competition Commissioner, I'm also in charge of coordinating the investments, the rules, and the agreements that will make Europe fit for the digital age. And I know that you in Korea sees things the same way, because that's what the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution is about. As our economies start to recover from the coronavirus crisis, we need to do much more than just turn the clock back. We need to make the shift to a new type of economy, one that uses the full potential of digital technology to tackle climate change, to fight diseases, to make our lives safer and better. It's a huge opportunity for those of us who already lead the world in digital innovation. But it's one thing to have the potential to succeed. It's something else to actually do it. When King Sejong the Great came to power in Korea some 600 years ago, his country was already home to great scientists and engineers. But it was Sejong's decision to support innovation with scholarships and grants which actually allowed that potential to flourish. And that's pretty much where we find ourselves now. In Korea and in Europe, there's a constant flow of brilliant ideas from universities and research institutes, from big business and startups. And like Sejong, our job is to make sure that those innovators, they have the chance to succeed. A part of the way to do that, of course, is to help them find money, to convert bright ideas into successful commercial products. But that's just the foundation of the digital future. It's what we built on that foundation that actually makes people's lives better. That is why in Europe we have launched a program to make the 2020s our digital decade. By 2030, we'll have 5G mobile services in all our populated areas and a leading position in quantum computing. We'll have the expert staff, both women and men, that companies need to build advanced digital services. We'll spread the benefits of digitization throughout our economy, with at least 19% of your smaller businesses reaching a basic level of digital intensity. And to achieve this, we're dedicating more than 20% of our recovery fund, about 135 billion euros, to our digital transformation. But a technology that is so powerful also brings risks. It's like a plant in the garden that's elegant and beautiful when it's trimmed, but wild and poisonous when left to itself. We need to approach technology in two ways at once. We need to feed it, help it grow. We also need to train it so that it's safe and always in line with our rights and values. We need, for example, to keep getting better and spotting cyber attacks and shutting them down. We need to be able to guarantee reliable supply chains for the inputs, like microchips, which our industries depend on. But perhaps the greatest challenge of digital technology is the way that it can threaten our freedom and democracy. Artificial intelligence, for instance, has an enormous capacity to make our lives better. But it can also be a black box discriminating people on their race or gender. It can even be used by authorities in so-called social scoring systems to decide whether someone is trustworthy enough to get a new credit line or to access a university, for instance. And that is why in Europe we propose new rules on artificial intelligence. We put strict obligations on companies that use AI in ways that pose a high risk to our rights and safety. And we ban things that go against our values, like social scoring systems. We're also improving Europe's cybersecurity with new rules and guidance to make sure that all our essential services are well protected against attacks. We'll soon put forward a European Chips Act, which will help us work together across Europe to improve research and production and to diversify our supply chains. And we are keen to work together with Korea on this, so that industry in both Korea and Europe can count on a reliable supply of the chips they need. Because we in Europe see it as essential to work together with like-minded democracies, to deepen our relations with our most trusted partners and build shared approaches to the digital transition we're living. This is why last September, as part of the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy, we proposed that the EU and Korea should launch a digital partnership agreement. Our first discussions have shown that there are a whole range of issues, digital ones, where we can work together. And I hope very much that in the course of next year, we'll be able to make this partnership a reality. Because the truth is that Europe and Korea have a lot more in common than just digital leadership. We share a commitment to democracy and human rights. Our free trade agreements is one of the deepest we have outside of Europe. Our rules to protect people's personal data are so closely aligned that I hope it should be soon possible for data to flow freely from Europe to Korea. And Korean researchers are already making valuable contributions to our European research programs. When you're heading in the same direction, the best thing to do is to link up as a convoy and to make the journey together. So I want to thank you again for allowing me to take part in this event today. And I wish you the very best for a successful conference and a successful digital future in partnership with your friends in Europe. Thank you very much.
네, 다음 순서로는 스타트업과의 만남, 외국에서 먼저 알아본 청년 벤처 CEO의 도전과 글로벌 진출.
As for the next session, we are going to have the industry and economy session under the title of Meeting with Startup Challenges of Young Venture.
네, 이제 본격.
Now we are going to begin session 2, Industry and Economy session. The session will be moderated by Yoon Sung-ro, co-chair of the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution of the Republic of Korea. And we have invited the three leaders of the startups, Mr. Kim Young-han of the Gauss Lab and Baek Jun-ho from the Furiosa and the Nam Se-dong, CEO of Voyager X. Good morning. As introduced, I'm very honored to serve as a moderator of this session.
So we have three speakers, and they are very busy, and it's a great pleasure to be able to bring the three CEOs here today. They are CEOs of startups, and they are startup leaders here in Korea, and we asked them to give a presentation for 10 minutes, and at the end we will have a discussion session. I am Sung-lo Yoon, and I am co-chair of the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution of the Republic of Korea, and we will first hear from the CEO of Gauss Labs, Young-han Kim. They are a independent spin-off company of SK, and CEO Kim was the data scientist, head of data scientist at Hynix, and he also is a tenure professor at UC San Diego, and he received his doctor's degree from Stanford.
안녕하십니까. 오늘
So, good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to this auspicious occasion. According to the Moore's law, memory and computing industry are growing continuously, and the algorithm and software are growing exponentially. And as a result, in the 21st century, we are now experiencing the fourth industrial revolution. And in this era of the 4IR, it is now led by AI. AI is different from what's depicted in the sci-fi book that replaces human brain. Rather, this is about creating value and new intelligence out of massive amount of data. And AI does have unlimited potential. Already in too many areas of industries, you can see that there is a prediction that the AI will create the benefit of $4 trillion, and it is still a blue ocean where competition is not fierce, whereas the growth is phenomenal. Blue AI is still an area where the giant IT players have not been penetrated into, and there are many startups. So what I'd like to today, what I'd like to talk about today, to especially for many young generation, I'd like to urge you and invite you to this new journey toward the blue ocean of AI. Some people are asking me this question: why giant IT players are not active in this great market? The answer is very simple: because it's too complicated and too difficult. First of all, the data handling is very complicated. Without domain knowledge, you cannot understand data, and even with domain knowledge, data specificity is so severe, and data itself is just too complicated. So, in order to create some decent outputs, you have to make a lot of investment in AI infrastructure, and based on that, you have to create a good outcome. However, it's very difficult to create a virtuous cycle of the investment and output, and therefore, if you do not have the meticulous plan, it's like you can never create a snowball effect. Rather, you are always facing an uphill battle. And also, as mentioned by Tolstoy, the merit of all things lie in their difficulty. As he said, many industries and many companies, they have the data issues, and data is scattered, and data is constructed all in a different way. So this creates some misperception that AI is very labor intensive, and there is always a mismatch between in terms of AI talent, so between what's required by industry and what talent can offer. However, this difficulty can also be turned into an opportunity, and we think differently. We believe that a few AI solutions can bring about 10x changes that can transform the whole world. And also, this solution, we believe that we can scale up to multiple industry, not just one single industry. And we also believe that this transformation process can be made very efficient. And based on these three beliefs are actually equivalent to our vision. And in order to achieve our vision and aspirations, in order to prove that, we have constantly challenged ourselves. However, in order to achieve 10x changes, this means that we have to be number one. But in Korea, doing industrial AI, what areas we can be number one player? Our answer is that we have to start from the number one industry. And what's number industry in Korea? That's manufacturing industry. Out of total GDP, manufacturing represents the highest proportion in the world. And also, Korea does have the highest investment rate in manufacturing industry versus GDP. And here, manufacturing is not just about the 3D or manual work. Rather, it's equipped with robot. So the robot density in Korea is higher than any other countries. And so based on this strong manufacturing industry, we would like to develop AI solution, especially the semiconductor industry where Korea is a powerhouse. We do have the huge knowledge and experiences that we have accumulated over the past 30 years. So using this, we can develop effective AI solution. You see that in a very huge semiconductor fabrication, a fab, there are a lot of semiconductors being created, and in this process, every day terabytes of the data is generated. And so the automation and digitalization, utilizing them, we can build effective intelligence. And secondly, semiconductor industry involves various precise and diverse processes, and therefore these can give us advantage to scale our solutions to other industries. And also within a single semiconductor industry, we believe that AI can actually predict the value of over 100 trillion Korean won. Effective scale up is another challenge that we have addressed. And I believe that this is also related with the machine learning system. The gist of the machine learning is generalization. In other words, jack of all trades can know everything, even though he is taught with only one thing. Manufacturing consists of a series of processes, and the goal of manufacturing is to produce products at low cost in a fast manner. AI sweet spot for manufacturing industry is the scheduling, quality yield, and the sweet spot can be applicable not just to semiconductor industries, but also to other manufacturing industries, including battery and pharmaceutical. So in order to achieve our vision, our company was created in the second half of last year. We are still small in size. However, our aspiration is to be number one in the world. And currently, our corporate assets include excellent human talent, strong aspiration, and opportunities that are given to us. Currently, we are working with SK Hynix, the world's strongest semiconductor manufacturer, in order to create the world's best AI solution. I mentioned that the Gauss lab is like a learning system. So when it comes to reinforcement learning, there is a exploration and exploitation trade-off, and we are now at the exploration phase. And especially from the process, we have a lot of data, and we develop a solution that monitor massive amount of data that are produced from the process. From the various sensor data, we predict the time series. We conduct the time series analysis and learning, so that we can replace the actual measurement with the virtual measurement. And also we conduct the image analysis even at the sub-nanometer level with high precision. And also we detect anomaly that cannot be detected by human beings. So based on these three technologies, Gauss Labs is making progress. Currently, around the world, including Korea, China, and Japan, they're all trying to pursue manufacturing reshoring, and they're trying to revive manufacturing industries. And massive investment has been poured out, and a lot of companies have been created. However, there are only few companies with expertise and skills. And therefore, digital transformation and AI are required in order to bring about huge changes to the manufacturing industry. And I believe that what we develop today in a few years down the road will be number one solutions. And when time comes, I believe that these technologies will give huge, great gifts and blessings to Korea. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, CEO Kim, for the wonderful presentation. Next, we will go on to the CEO of Furiosa AI, They provide the chips for desktops, robots, and they provide a sophisticated AI chip. And Baek Juno was an engineer at Samsung's memory chip business, and he was also a software engineer, and he received his degree from Georgia Tech, and he's going to be talking about the future computing infrastructure. Let's listen to the presentation.
네, 오늘 자리에 초청.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to this global policy conference. And just as it was introduced by the moderator, we at Furiosa, we are developing AI chips that's optimized for AI applications. And there might be some who have never heard of AI chips. So to explain what it is to you, we sometimes call it AI chips or AI accelerators. An AI chip is a chip that supports AI applications. It has been optimized for AI applications. For example, we talk about GPU. It is a graphic processing unit. So it is for graphic rendering to provide speed, real-time rendering of graphic images. And likewise, AI chips supports AI applications, and it has been optimized for the applications of AI. And to give you some simple examples, an important application for AI chips would be autonomous driving. Autonomous driving, as you know, it is a computing system, a machine determining the situation and driving the vehicle on behalf of a human being. And for such applications, AI chips are needed, and already many automakers are utilizing AI chips as a main engine of their autonomous driving, such as Tesla. And in Europe, many automakers, and here in Korea, Hyundai Motors are utilizing AI chips in their autonomous driving systems. And I am giving you this example of autonomous driving. So for such autonomous driving systems, as they become stronger, robust, the computing system has to be more sophisticated. They have to have better performance. So I talked about a vertical domain of autonomous driving, but there are other domains such as metaverse. It has become a key word these days, and this is another killer application for AI chips. We talk about metaverse, and in metaverse, for it to be enabled, it will take some time. However, in order to enable this application, we need to have realistic scene rendering, and virtual AI characters have to behave and act like human beings. And these characters need to communicate naturally, and these characters need to recognize the gestures of human beings. And this requires AI engines, and AI chips will support these AI cores and as these AI applications emerge. And recently, I'm sure you heard, they have changed Facebook's database to Meta. And for them to have such applications, they will need hyperscale data centers. And at these data centers, a lot of computing infrastructure will be allocated for AI. And we are trying to develop semiconductor chips that can go into such infrastructure. I gave an example of Facebook, but this does not just apply to Facebook. It will apply to internet service companies such as Naver and Kakao, and other global companies such as Biden's and China and European companies. And AI has now become a core of these businesses. And AI chips, now the demand for that will still exists already, and there will be a growth of demand for such AI chips. And we expect rapid development of AI chip technology. Our company, to explain how we began, it started 5 years ago with 3 co-founders, and I worked at a large conglomerate. And personally, I could not imagine semiconductors being developed by a startup and a small company, because it is a technology intensive and also capital intensive area. I felt that chip development can only be done by large conglomerates, and I thought that this was an area that would not be easy for startups to tackle this area. But with the AI, it led to new opportunities, and I changed my mindset, and that's how I started the company. AI chips are different from other chips. It is a new area that is just beginning and emerging. Therefore, we do not have existing legacy. It is a new area, and there can be bigger opportunities where they first start AI chips. And that's why I was bold enough to start my company. And our company, 3 months ago, was able to release our first silicon chip, in which required 4 years of R&D. We have 50 R&D engineers, and this silicon chip, for it to be developed, from the silicon, we need to develop the software to enable the usage of the silicon chip. So we have to develop a full stack solution from the ground up. And we have a team that can develop the full stack. As a startup, we received a large-scale funding in order for us to successfully launch this silicon chip. And with the silicon chip, we did a ML full testing with Google, Facebook, and others. So it's a testing that's done with the chip makers and the end users, and they have this consortium called MLPerf, and this helps in benchmark the performance of the chips. So that's a benchmark. And at the MLPerf, we when compared with leading global companies, we were able to demonstrate that our chip is on par or more competitive than these other chips. And the leading company in this area, and a company that led the innovation, was NVIDIA. And the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen, said this: making AI chips is not easy. So he was trying to demonstrate the difficulty of AI chips. Even developing the silicon chip, the semiconductor itself, is very difficult, and the silicon chips has to maximize the AI chip. And designing it, the chip, for it to have maximum performance is a not easy thing. And what I want to say today is that although this is a very difficult area, it is a new area, it's uncharted area. Therefore, we can create a global innovation, global infrastructure in this area, and we can gain global competitiveness. I hope that the up-and-coming companies can have the confidence, and in emerging technologies, in emerging areas, startups like our company and others can contribute to, and I wanted to share my experience with you so that you will be encouraged about the possibility of startups contributing to such global impact. And we will continue to build globally competitive products going into the next 4 to 5 years too. And with this, I want to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will go on to the third presentation.
So the third presenter is the Nam Se-dong, CEO of Voyager X. And the Voyager X develops the software with the deep learning technology, and it's the company that creates a new future. Mr. Nam, he was the team manager at Maun on Naver. He was also in charge of the development department at the Naver, and he received his degree in KAIST. Today, he's going to talk about the startup with deep learning.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good morning. It's very nice to see you. I am Nam Se-dong, CEO of Voyager X, and the presentation, the title is Startup with Deep Learning. There are diverse definitions of deep learning, but my own interpretation is that it's a program that enables computer search and to find the program that human beings cannot write. So the AlphaGo, it's not created by a human being, rather it's a program that is found and discovered by a computer. And also the Tesla's autonomous driving system, it's not a program that's written and devised by people, rather it's the program that computer found. And startup is a small company exploring a new future that large companies do not do not involve. Yes, so large companies they can do everything, but for various reasons, there are some areas that they are not penetrated. So 20 years ago, that's why Naver was made possible. Google was able to be launched, and 10 years ago, the Coupang and the delivery people or 배달의 민족 were able to be born. So deep learning startup refers to small companies creating a new future by developing a new software with deep learning technology, which previously was never made possible with programming. So now I'd like to talk about how Voyager X work and how we challenge ourselves. At Voyager X, we take care of various projects, we carry out them, but we do have a strong selection criteria. So first of all, we select the thing that's made possible by deep learning. For example, like in the past, autonomous driving and the voice recognition were almost impossible, but with deep learning, they become possible. And so the deep learning opens up a lot of possibilities. And also the second criteria is they should be impactful and it should target global markets and it should have potential to grow within 10 years and still possible to be launched within 6 months. So these are the criteria that we use for project selections. And you may think that we apply too strict criteria and we will have very few projects that are available because there will be very few projects that meet this criteria, but it's not true. We have seen a lot of opportunities and a lot of potential. Mobile is a life-changing technology, and it opens up a lot of new possibilities. Likewise, deep learning has created a new future for us, and it enabled a lot of new things. And therefore, the Voyager X, so far, we have carried out 20 projects, and among them, the 3 of them survived. And so we provide 3 kinds of services today. Going back to 10 years ago, I believe that these companies are household names, are very famous today, but 10 years ago, they were a very small company. Toast provides the fintech payment service, and also the delivery people or 배달의 민족. When it was first born, people did have suspicion and doubt over the growth potential of this company. And also the Coupang and the Yanolja, when they were first launched and introduced, again, people didn't really believe their full potentials. However, I don't have to explain how much changes these companies have brought up to our day-to-day lives. So the small services that are enabled by deep learning today, I believe, will become major players and they will be larger than today's large companies. So the Voyager X provides 3 kinds of services today. The first one is the Brew, which helps the video editing. I believe that many journalists do use these services. And the second is the VPlat, which is a mobile scanner. And the third is the service that converts the handwriting to a font. And among that, I would like to talk about VRU and VFlat. So with deep learning, we can change the world, and there are many startups, and they look trivial and small, but when their efforts are added up and combined, I believe that this will truly create a new future for us. So VFlat is a scanner of the future. Let me show you the demonstration video first. This is not a concept video. This is readily available. You can download this application right now. So here you see the camera is moving, but the image that you capture is very stable. Why? Because it's all processed by AI. So you just take photo, and then this AI solution converts it immediately into the PDF format document. You can see that the real-time processing is done. That's why you can have very clear image of the book page that you take photo. And then, so you get these clean images. You can also apply shading effects, and OCR is almost complete. And here you see the responses from users. They said that they have used other scanning applications, and it's just phenomenal. Of course, I only showed the excellent comment only, but I filtered them out. 99% of AI is based on deep learning. But when it comes to AI, we only think about speaking robots, the vacuum machine, autonomous driving. So you tend to think something about something that's very grand and fancy, but in fact, AI can be applied to the things that look very trivial and small. And programming could not do this kind of job before. And the scanning application didn't really perform well. Why? Because it was based on the programming technology. But with the use of deep learning, we can improve the performance massively. And here you see that our daily the number of daily user is increasing, and about 3 million people per day use our application. About 10 years ago, no matter how excellent the smartphone is, no matter how excellent the camera application that the smartphone have, a lot of people thought that it cannot replace the digital camera, but today digital camera is no longer used. People do not carry that. They think that it's too heavy. Of course, when it comes to picture quality, digital camera may have a slight competitive edge over phones, but it's just too cumbersome to carry them around, and therefore today the mobile phone replaced the digital camera. And I think that the same thing can happen for scanners. So scanners will be replaced by this mobile application. And I believe that in 3 years, the VFlat or other scanning applications will completely replace the existing scanners. And this is all because of deep learning. So as I said earlier, we have carried out about 20 projects so far. And as a deep learning startup, we continue to challenge ourselves. So I'd like to explain about what kind of projects we have been involved and what kind of projects we will be involved. For example, like let's say that we have a conference or we have a meeting, and the AI can stop the team manager if we talk too much. Of course, no team members can stop him, but AI can do it. So we developed this kind of solution using AI. And before going to beauty parlor, let's say you can try out different diverse hairstyles using the mobile application. And once you arrive at the beauty parlor, then you can ask for that hairstyle that you want, or you can also apply the virtual image before you actually have haircut or change your hairstyle. So deep learning can be applicable not just to the things that are grand and fancy, rather if for every part of our daily life, I believe that deep learning will bring about changes, and these changes, I believe, will become massive in scale in the next 10 years. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you for the three presentations. We will now go on to the discussion. During the keynote speech, President of Seoul National University mentioned that this is a historical place where there was the match between the Go player Lee Se-dol and AlphaGo. And we also heard from the second keynote speaker about the views of countries with the for IR, and he said that innovative for IR is important. And we have three panelists who are leaders who are leading startups in this field. And the first question that I would like to ask is, in fourth industrial revolution, big data and AI, it's related to manpower. You have to have talent. And as a startup, we hear from startups that it's not easy to bring on board talent. So what are some talents that you need, and what efforts are you putting in to recruit talented people? Mr. Nam first.
개발자
So today we do have a developer shortage crisis, and this is true. So I think that not just me, every startup experiences the developer shortage crisis, especially the AI developers and AI professionals. We do have a very serious deficiency, and I believe that this is not just a issue of one company; it's a national issue. So I believe that we have to expand the student quota to produce more developers. And for startups like Voyager X, we do need talent who can do the basic thing well, and also who do have professional skills. Thank you very much. I'd like to also add some more comments. So in order to create an impact in the real world, we have to explore and find out answers that are not visible today. And this requires in-depth knowledge and problem-solving capacity. So I think that these are the key traits that the future talent should have. And also the President O emphasized the importance of generalists, or the talent with a lot of abilities. But I believe that rather than producing a lot of generalists, we have to foster a talent with in-depth knowledge, and they will be the ones who will change the world. So Mr. Nam talked about the student quota, and rather than producing jack of all trades generalists, we have to create experts who do have in-depth understanding in AI and digital technology. So we really have to focus on creating and fostering the right mindset and with deep understanding.
네, 아무래도 저희
Our company is in the area of semiconductor development, and it requires fundamental R&D work. So members of our company are mostly from semiconductor companies. They have a lot of experience, and there are also students that have studied and researched in the area of semiconductors. They are PhDs, or they have experience using their knowledge in developing semiconductors. And I told you that we started with 3 people and we are now 50 to 60 engineers. And I believe that about next year it'll be 80 to 100 members. Our company is growing very fast, and the reason behind this rapid growth is because this industry itself is growing. And when we set our company's agenda, we felt that if you have a agenda that's appropriate, you can bring on board many people. Instead of setting your goals low, and instead of being in an area of slow growth, the talented people will not join. So I think 2 things are important. For the universities, it's important to carry out fundamental research and to nurture fundamental knowledge workers. And the industry, you have to set the agendas appropriately, and you need to have future-oriented agendas so that many people can join and grow together. And this will lead to a virtuous cycle. Yes, 2 days ago we had a pre-meeting, and I asked some questions, and during that time, the 3 panelists were quite active and in answering the questions. And today they seem to be a bit toned down. And this was just the warming up session. We have received some questions from our online participants. We have selected a couple of them, and I will ask them to you. These are related to education. So, what should be the education for our young people, and for the mid-aged and older age people, what should their training and learning be? Mr. Kim first.
네, 일단 지금
So people in university, I'd like to make a few remarks. So as mentioned by the other 2 panelists, I believe that knowledge with the passage of time, knowledge, however, is never outdated. Rather, it will continuously be expanded. A key example is mathematical understanding and knowledge. So things that we had to learn 100 years ago and the things that we have to learn today, I believe it's just incomparable that we have to learn a lot more than before. And today, we have to learn the things that are much deeper and more profound. And therefore, the young people, I believe that they have to select the areas that they want to delve into, and they have to develop fundamental knowledge about the field. And also for people in their middle-aged group, the answer doesn't really come to my mind immediately, but I think that the understandings in humanities, liberal arts, these are very important, and there is a growing interest in these fields. However, what really changed the world, the power, is from technology. Human history proved this. The reason that humanity was able to prosper and grow was all thanks to technology, and therefore, please develop your interest in technology and continue to reskill and upskill yourself. Then I believe that this will bring a lot of new opportunities.
순서 전에 어, 그 우리 학생분들
For students, especially university students, as I mentioned, I think you need to tackle hard questions. You need to have in-depth thinking. And you need to look at it in a fundamental way. It should not be on the surface. You should approach problems and challenges in a more fundamental way. Korea industry has grown very fast. We were really fast in producing products. And because of this, it seems that we overlooked such fundamental matters, and we are very good at being quick in developing products, and that's our competitiveness. We have speed. But if you have on top of that fundamental thought, then we can have added competitiveness. And in the fourth industrial revolution, the key questions are about more fundamental matters. It's about tackling really hard problems. And the skill sets that are required is all about tackling these hard problems. AI is a huge area that will bring together and converge many areas together. Therefore, I think for the students, it actually might be an exciting time. As a student studying, it's an opportunity to approach many things in a very new way. So I hope that you are ambitious in trying to approach these issues and problems and think of it in a more fundamental approach. And for those who have established careers, you cannot change your career overnight. It will not be easy for you to do so. So you need to try to link your existing careers with the emerging technology and areas, and it will require a lot of training. And you should be open to new technologies and changes and try to combine that with your capabilities and your careers. And you need to be motivated. I was speaking about this and that. Sorry for that.
예, 한국
Korean education, I know that there are a lot of problems that we have to solve, and I cannot give you the silver bullet. It's very frustrating. But I believe that 10 years after, we will live with artificial intelligence. Today, you cannot live a single day without smartphone. And people in their 70s and 80s, they struggle a lot to use cell phones. But 10 years down the road, we have to live with artificial intelligence. And if you do not have proper understanding about artificial intelligence, then you will be very frustrated, just like the senior citizens today. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, if you want to be educated, then you can utilize a lot of YouTube videos. There are many nice videos that provide easy explanation on deep learning and AI. And you can also search by my name. One of my mission is to spread the knowledge of artificial intelligence to as many people as possible, because I understand and I believe that it will be very frustrating if you do not have knowledge in AI in the future. So thank you very much for a great answer. Now, we also have some individual questions, but we also have one common or two common questions to everyone. So the question is, in the afternoon, we are going to have a special session with the advisors to presidential candidates. And so we would like to ask the same questions that we gave to them to you. So number one is in relation with the job opportunities. So how AI will affect job market. And also, if you could give any kind of policy recommendations to the presidential candidates, please. And regulations often hamper the growth of new industries. And Oli Kunnesen, the Deputy Secretary General of OECD, also mentioned that. So please give us your views on this. And what kind of advice you will offer to the presidential candidates. So, Mr. Peck?
일자리 관련해서 제가
On the job issue,
이런 것들 전공한 거 아니?
I did not major in sociology or social studies, therefore it might be a stretch for me to be answering this question. However, if I provide an answer limited to my area, AI related, in other words, utilizing AI, such as autonomous driving, and our company, we're developing AI chips. So AI is leading to emergence of new industries and new areas. And I think many people, including many young people, are moving and shifting into these new areas. As was mentioned in the keynote speech, the existing careers and existing jobs will also go down, and there will be disappearance of certain careers. So how should we tackle this issue? I don't think it's an easy matter for me to answer. And on the second question, can you ask the question again? Excuse me. So, if you were to provide policy advice to the presidential candidates, what type of advice would you give them?
제가 좀 특별히 드릴
On the policy side, I don't have any suggestions that I can provide.
예, 뭐 일단 그 AI
So when we talk about AI, often it is related with job opportunities or job market, because many people believe that the AI is like a super intelligence, and it will replace human. But as mentioned by Chairman Atkinson, AI is a very misleading term. The technology that we develop based on AI is to make human intelligence more effective. And therefore, AI will never replace human labor. Rather, today we don't have to memorize all the phone numbers of acquaintances because of the mobile phone. So mobile phone make our life convenient and easy. And I think that this will be same with AI. Of course, certain industries may be hit hard by AI, and there will be a lot of job transition. And extremely speaking, maybe 10 years down the road, everyone will become like a YouTuber, enjoying basic income, and everything will be done by AI. This is a common concern that we have. But if you look at the history of human civilization, from the agriculture to the industrial economy, you may think that the people become more comfortable and they have more time to idle away. But in fact, the opposite thing happened. So I believe that with AI and the development of the future, we'll continue to be very busy and we will continue to need a lot of new talents. So you shouldn't think that the AI will destroy all the jobs. This is just an excessive concern. Rather, by making better use of AI, we can improve productivity for many workers, and we can provide decent lives to many human beings. So I believe that we really have to make active use of AI. And also regarding policy or policy recommendation, I'm not really in the right position to do that. But thank you very much for this opportunity. So I'd like to take this opportunity to make one policy recommendation. Before thinking about what to do with the regulation, I think that you have to think about what not to do. So there is a book called Super Gap, and it talks about the differences between the management and managing. And I believe that oftentimes the government tries to control things rather than managing things, and this will lead to excessive regulation, and this is something that government should avoid. Government has its own role to play, but there are also some areas that government cannot do, and for these areas, government should take their hands off. then I believe that we will have the right regulatory framework.
네, 남 대표님.
예,
Mr. Nam? I developed deep learning solution, and in fact, this is more than what I initially expected. For those who research AI and deep learning, I think that nobody actually expected that the AI will defeat the human player by the big margin. But since then, since the historic Go match, with the AlphaGo, deep learning has made great strides, and now they are interpreting, they are drawing picture. So you see that the deep learning has shown phenomenal growth, and I believe deep learning and AI will replace many things that humans are doing today. So I believe that the AI may replace 80 to 90% of human work. And it's not an exaggeration to say. However, that does not necessarily mean that we will have job shortages. I cannot predict, and I don't have a crystal ball to predict what kind of new jobs will be created. And therefore, we have to be prepared for coming changes. So, and we have to develop some new areas.
거기까지 말씀드리겠습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
받고 마무리.
So we will now receive questions from the participants, and these questions are for Mr. Kwan and Mr. Kim and Mr. Nam. To Mr. Kim, compared to a generalist, you said that specialists are important in the fourth industrial revolution. So those studying humanities, how can their studies apply to this new world? And think of it as if you were selecting someone for your company.
So not every company wants to have the talent with the humanities expertise. We are a technology company, and therefore we tend to hire specialists and professional engineers. But for those who study liberal arts and humanities, we don't believe that they can never become a specialist. Rather, I believe liberal arts also do have some special areas, and there are many areas that you can dig deep into. And especially when it comes to the culture industries in Korea, they do have a lot of their own unique stories, and that create a lot of economic impact. And in that sense, I believe that each area, whether it's the liberal art, economics, business management, or social studies, if you develop your own expertise in your own field, then I'm sure you will be very competitive, regardless of what you do. Last question to Mr. Nam. So the massive computing resources are required for AI and digital technology, and massive investment will be required for the sourcing of these resources. So how can secure funding? And also, if you use the public cloud, do you have the full capacity to use that? Thank you very much for a great question. So the title of my presentation was Startup with Deep Learning. Why? Because when we talk about AI and deep learning, we only think about giant companies, and we think that it requires huge server cost and huge systems. But I wanted to emphasize that the deep learning can be happening even in a very small trivial field. And I believe that this kind of investment cannot be done by a small startup. That's my answer. AlphaGo, you see, in order to develop AlphaGo, it actually takes about $100 billion for R&D. And autonomous driving, again, it cannot be developed by a small startup because the equipment by and of itself costs a lot, excessively high. And therefore, we have to form partnership with large companies, and we have to secure investment from them, or we have to borrow money from them. But still, the small startups cannot carry out a massive scale project. But as I said earlier, there are many small things that AI can be applied. So this is where startups can be involved. Thank you very much. Time to conclude. So when inviting these three panelists, we thought about we put a lot of considerations. For example, like there are diverse hierarchies and the layers of AI. So we invited the Mr. Kim, a startup in the toddler phase, and also a CEO of a company in acceleration phase, as well as a CEO of a company in operating system. And all of them, I believe, they show great business, have great business, and all of them are involved in solving challenges that are very complicated and very difficult. Anyway, so I believe that these three people will continue to enjoy prosperous business. They are small, but they are young and they are courageous. And because they are small, they are agile. And there is a saying, the present is present. I believe that the present time gives us a lot of opportunities. And I hope that the three CEOs will continue to capture these opportunities and provide excellent services and products for the benefit of everyone in the human society. And with that, we would like to conclude our session. Thank you very much.
네, 윤성로 의원.
Thank you very much, Chairman Sung-Ro Yoon and the three CEOs. I think it was a very insightful session for those who are dreaming of creating their own global startup. I would like to thank all participants viewing online.
네, 지금부터 특별 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Now we are going to begin the special session. The topic of this special session is the Digital Transformation 2025 National Strategies for Successful Digital Transformation. As this number 2025 explains to us, we will be talking about national policies to facilitate digital transformation for our future.
지금 한국이 가지고 있는 통신 기술에 대한 경쟁력은 정말 단연코 세계 최고이고요. 이제 한국이 역시 6G에서도 경쟁력을 잃지 않기 위해서 많은 노력을 기울이고 있습니다. 2019년 말에 인공지능 국가 전략을 내놓았고요.
AI 기술에서 가장 중요한 부분은 학습을 시키는 데이터의 확보가 가장 중요합니다. 정부가 이번에 디지털 뉴딜 정책을 통해서 14만여 개의 공공 데이터를 갖다가 인간이 활용할 수 있도록 데이터 댐을 구축한다고 발표를 했습니다.
저희 나라도 진짜 인공지능 반도체를 위해서 향후 10년간 1조 규모로 투자해서 지능형 반도체 개발을 좀 하고 있고.
Hyperconnectivity across all tech. Korea's IT infrastructure has successfully integrated artificial intelligence, and different sectors are already seeing the benefits of this synergy between IT and AI. Better intelligence, better integration, and of course, better efficiency. It's yet another race, this time to stay ahead of the fourth industrial revolution curve.
문화유산 데이터 구축에서는 한국이 세계적으로 굉장히 앞서 있거든요. 문화유산을 디지털로 데이터로 이제 구축을 해야 되는데 그걸 자동화할 수 있는 AI 기술이나 로봇 기술 이런 것들도 개발을 하고 있습니다.
실리콘밸리 형성되는데 거의 60-70년이 걸렸습니다. 지금 한국 스타트업 생태계는 20년, 25년 정도 됐는데요. 실리콘밸리 대비 결코 뒤떨어진다고 저는 생각하지 않거든요.
Artificial intelligence used to feel futuristic. Technology is making imagination a reality.
코로나 때문에 이제 어떻게 보면 이런 디지털 경제 전환이 이제 가속화되고 있다라고 다들 이제 지목을 하고 계시고요. 이런 감염병이 됐건 인류에게 어떤 기술적인 도전이 있을 때 반드시 그것을 극복하기 위한 혁신이 이루어졌다라고 보고요. 그것들이 이제 사회에 녹아 들어가면서 모두를 위한 AI나 모두를 위한 4차 산업혁명이 되어야 되지 않나 이렇게 생각합니다.
Where will Korea's technological innovation take us next?
네, 이제 잠시
We will soon begin the special session when the stage is ready.
네, 우리는 내년 봄에
Next March, we will have a critical juncture for a national future as we are going to have presidential election next March. Presidential candidates, I'm sure, put a lot of thought on how to come up with best policies for Korea, and we will have some time to hear and listen to their thoughts. First, on behalf of the Lee Jae-myung presidential candidate, the Lee Kwang-jae of the Minju Party will give us a presentation.
안녕하십니까?
Hello, everyone. Should I keep my facial mask on?
부팅이 빨리 안 되네요. 이재명
On behalf of the presidential candidate, Jae-myung Lee, I will be delivering the remarks. I am Kwang-jae Lee. Distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to congratulate the successful hosting of the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And I would like to thank the co-chairs of the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Prime Minister Boo Kyum-kim and Professor Sung Lo-yoon. At the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, I hope we are able to discuss ways to make a better future through a digital divide. We are faced with the Fourth Industrial Revolution. COVID-19 has accelerated the speed of the digital transformation. The digital transformation is a crisis and also an opportunity. Those who overcome the great digital transformation successfully, they will be able to gain the future of the world. And we are seeing global competition, global companies around the world. They are competing for their own survival. Fortunately, Korea was able to lay the foundation for the digital transformation through high-speed internet network under President Kim Dae-jung and e-government under the leadership of President Moo Hyun-no and Digital Dam of President Moon. We will go forward for the opportunity of the digital transformation, and the digital territory should not be for a handful of people. All Koreans should share in the opportunity that is brought forth with a new frontier, and we will lead in creating a digital transformation, and also I will contribute in paving the way for opportunity. And I would like to share with you some strategies that are being prepared for the digital transformation. First, there has to be physical, institutional, and human resources infrastructure. IoT, cloud, 5G, and 6G, such a physical infrastructure will be expanded. These days, we have become an IT strong power because of the physical infrastructure that was laid by President Roh Moo-hyun and President Kim Dae-jung. There will be a lot of investment in 5G and 6G so that we can have the best digital infrastructure in the world. Another thing is that digital innovation and transformation requires all-out reform of regulations. So there will be reform of regulations that was a liability on digital innovation. Also, the digital transformation requires human resources infrastructure. There will have to be a great need for human resources. We will be nurturing 1 million digital future talent. These days, university graduates say they cannot find jobs, and the companies are saying they don't have enough software developers. So we need to nurture talent, and also I will focus on enhancing the capacity, digital capacity of all the citizens. Second, there will be support for the traditional industry to embrace a digital transformation, and also there will be support for new digital innovative startups. There will be active investment and support for traditional industries, manufacturing, and SMEs for their digital transformation, and agriculture, and green bio, and medical, in education, finance, legal, and logistics. We need to create a digital transformation. Also, there has to be a challenging spirit. In the past, we would go to Hollywood to make movies, but these days we see that many people want to learn Korean, and there are 120 million people around the world who want to learn Korean and Korean culture. So those who are seeking to start their businesses will have to come to Korea. We would want to make Korea a startup hub in Asia. Third, there will be dramatic increase in investment for the sixth advanced cutting-edge technology. So there has to be investment in order to increase the innovation capabilities and the technology sovereignty of Korea. There will be changes in the ways that there are invests. The investment itself will be done in innovative ways. Just like Temasek of Singapore, we will be using the government funds in order to support these businesses. And fourth, there will be ensuring of digital freedom and digital equality. So we will realize digital democracy in which the basic rights supported by the Constitution are supported in the digital space. So there has to be growth, and also there has to be opportunities enjoyed by all. Everyone in Korea should have digital access and rights to learn the digital technologies. And there will be digitalization of books and libraries, and so there will be infinite knowledge being accessible to all citizens of Korea. We will create a knowledge stronghold, and platform operators and small and medium-sized companies should not be excluded from the new digital transformation. The key infrastructure of Korea and personal information and companies' trade information has to be secured, so there has to be security. So around the world, countries are focusing on the digital transformation of Korea. As a candidate, I was the mayor of Pangyo, which is the Silicon Valley of Korea, and Hynix is located in Gyeonggi Province, and Samsung also has their digital city in Gyeonggi Province. So in Gyeonggi Province, there are numerous companies that have led in this digital transformation, and I have experience bringing in investment for this. Going beyond Seongnam City and Gyeonggi Province, I will work on realizing great innovation for the digital transformation of Korea itself, and we can create infinite value through this, and the results of that will be provided to the people of Korea, and it should go around the world also. It should not be only in the hands of a handful. We should all become the heroes of opportunity, and digital transformation should not leave anyone behind. It should be fair, it should be equal, and it should be done in a free way. We can do this together. And I will work on this to create a new country. Please join me in this endeavor. Thank you. So we heard from the future committee head of Minju Party, Kwang Jae-lee.
Next, on behalf of Yoon Sung-yeol of People Power Party, Won Hee-ryung, director of the Election Campaign Committee, will give us the presentation. Please give him a big round of applause. Good afternoon. I am the policy director of the election campaign committee at People's Power Party. My name is Won Hee-ryung, and I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to invite me to this global policy conference on the fourth industrial revolution. I would like to thank the Yoon Sung-no co-chairs of the presidential committee, and also everyone here, including the presidential candidate Lee Jae-myung, and also the Lee Kwang-jae from the election campaign committee. Thank you, and very nice to see you. And also, we do have a Ms. Yoon from the election campaign committee for Shim Sang-jung of the Justice Party, and Lee Eun-ju. I believe that in preparing for the future, technology is the most neutral area. In order to pass down better world to our future generations, we have to overcome the partisan politics, and we have to move toward and cooperate together for a better future. We believe that the fourth industrial revolution is like this: that Korea experiences a massive changes, and countries around the world, we all experience huge opportunities for a quantum leap. And so developing countries now have opportunities to leapfrog with this technological transformation. And this is not a matter of choice, because changes are taking place all across the world simultaneously. Second, there are division of industries, other convergence of industries, barriers between industries, barriers between knowledge domain have all come down, and now they are converged together in order to create new values and new industries and new business models. And such changes are taking place almost on a minute-by-minute basis. And this change is now being accelerated. These convergence and massive changes are taking place all across the world at a breakneck speed. We talk about optimism, we talk about hope, but at the same time, we face growing concerns over threats. So in this era of massive transformation, in the era of digital transformation, our buzzword, our focus should be on survivor. How to ensure the survivor of a nation. In order to ensure survivor, we have to cooperate and we have to join forces together. We have to build a system for harmonious coexistence. And I believe that this is the mission that we have to undertake in our present time. There have been a lot of new and innovative technologies, and data have been generated in massive amount. And there are people who produce data and who use data, machine and humans. And they become the sources of innovation. So how to secure competitiveness in AI and digital technology, and how to build a governance system to ensure harmonious coexistence with AI. I believe that these are the tasks that the experts, businesses, and politicians have to find ways. Already, we have too many challenges ahead. Because of technological monopoly, because of the accumulation of data, we now see growing gap in digital divide. With the emergence of gig workers, with platform economy, we have to create a right ecosystem for platform economy to flourish. This is a global task that we have to address head on, and I believe that this will also be a significant challenge for Korea going forward. new technological innovation and securing industrial competitiveness. These were something that we excelled in. Korean companies did great job and they went overseas and they made phenomenal success both in domestic and overseas markets. Now, the problem is that we have issues with educational system and talent supply. And therefore, we have to have the right policies for talent development, and we have to have a proper governance system that stimulates innovation. And in fact, in these fields, we are lagging behind because there are a lot of old politics and red tapes that hamper the progress in this field. And in this regard, presidential candidate Yoon Suk-yeol will make his utmost effort to accelerate digital transformation. And for this, he will pursue the revolution in education, jobs, industry, and administration system. Education is critical to prepare Korea for future, to produce the right talent. We should not have the zero-sum principle, and we should not provide cookie-cutter education. Rather, we have to provide education customized for each individual. And for this, platform and AI economy, I'm sure, play great roles. Administration should ensure transparent sharing of data, and it should destroy all the barriers between private and public sectors. Administration should be integrated into the very fabric of citizens' lives. And for this, the regulatory barriers should come down, and data monopoly and rights for data processing should be returned to industries and individuals. And also for job opportunities and markets. Companies and public sectors, they all worked in their isolations before, and therefore we have to overcome such isolated efforts. Rather, companies, they have to drive up productivity and enhance their capabilities, and regulation should support their efforts. So the company-oriented university or government-sponsored innovation center, these kind of convergence will ensure the very survivor and thriver of the Korean economy. So we will pursue open and innovative public-private partnership, and we will lend a serious ear to experts and try to reflect their opinions. So education and administration, as well as the job opportunities and industries, we are going to pursue new innovation in order to cater to the new needs that are emerging in this era of Industry 4.0. The future lies with our cooperation. We have to join forces and join hands together for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We heard from lawmaker Won Il-young. Thank you for your remarks. Next, we will go on to the Justice Party on behalf of the presidential candidate Shim Sang-jung. We will be hearing from the co-representative of the Justice Party's election campaign committee, Eun-ju Lee. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the co-representative of the Justice Party's Election Campaign Committee. On behalf of the candidate, I would like to deliver Shim Sang-jung's remarks. Hello, everyone. I am the presidential candidate Shim Sang-jung. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And in front of distinguished guests, it is a great honor for me to be providing these remarks on the Digital Transformation 2025 National Strategy for Successful Digital Transformation. The development of technology is astonishing. Just a couple of decades ago, we were watching sci-fi movies about AI, robots, autonomous driving, but it has now become a reality. With COVID-19, we are living in a new normal era. Digital transformation, AI, online utilization has now become accelerated. Although some of these technologies are not completely commercialized, these technologies will become a part of our lives soon. And amidst such change, Korea's digital competitiveness is ranked at 8th around the world, and this is on par with advanced countries. However, behind such digital society, we are also seeing many social challenges emerging. According to the government's digital divide research, as of 2020, the four minorities and those vulnerable in digital technology, such as those with disabilities, the low-income brackets, and people living in the rural areas and the elderly, their digital information levels are 72.9% compared to the general public, and we are also seeing continued dispute between the workers of platform companies with the companies. And carbon emissions is another challenge that we need to overcome. According to IAEA, Korea's carbon emissions is 7th around the world, and we need to respond to climate change, digital divide, and ensuring of the rights of our citizens. In the fourth industrial revolution, alongside with rapid change, we need to have a balanced development, and the Justice Party has four main principles for the fourth industrial revolution. First, green digitalization. Decarbonization. We need to have an effective digital transformation, and we need to reduce energy at efficiency in our industries to reduce wasted resources. Second, shared digitalization. With the digital transformation, we need to have a balanced system, which is an inclusive digital transformation. We should not have vulnerable groups in our society being excluded any further. They need to be supported. In particular, there should not be sacrifices asked on behalf of IT workers. Third, digital democracy. In this area, companies have the stronghold. For us to have a balanced digital transformation, the citizens should have the right to ask for information that is necessary in the digital platform. Also, the developers cannot explain AI technology that they developed. It has become a black box, so it has to be operated in a transparent and fair way. Fourth, we need to strengthen R&D. In technology, deregulation should not be stressed alone. If you only stress deregulation, it might become a threat to the safety of citizens and undermining of basic rights. So instead of focusing on risky deregulation, we should focus on R&D. There should be bold investment in R&D in order to secure driving force for innovation. So based on these four main principles, the Justice Party has some concrete commitments that it wants to share with you. First, the public sector will lead in realizing paperless administration. Paperless meetings, paperless administration. We will have standards for this in order to manage our carbon footprint. For the digital embracement, we have the National Information Society, and this National Information Society agency will be transformed to a digital balanced development agency, and we will support transparency of algorithms such as explainable algorithm XAI, and we will give citizens the right to ask for an explanation. And from the very beginning of designing algorithms, there should be banning of discrimination and ensuring of health rights. In addition, for global big tech companies, we will prepare ways to prevent these large big techs from imposing unjust requests to app markets to the operators, utilizing their dominance in the operating system and app markets. These large tech companies should not unjustly coerce the other operators and businesses. Also, we will be excluding and abolishing the comprehensive salary system that leads to work that is not being paid. And there should be also rights to maintain and to repair electronic products. Large-scale IT manufacturers should not blame and put consumers at a disadvantage for repairing their own products. Also, we will make it possible to access internet in all households, and the telco pricing tariff system will also be disclosed, and there will be transparency here. Lastly, there will be expansion of R&D investment. Currently, our R&D investment is 30 trillion won per year, but this will be expanded to 40 trillion won in order to nurture open source ESS and explainable AI and quantum computing. Instead of deregulating that will lead to side effects, we will support the R&D of these new technologies. Fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation will make our lives more convenient, and it will make our lives more prosperous. However, in addition to such convenience and abundance, this should be shared by all. It should not be in the hands of only a few. And we also need to contribute to climate change and ensuring a positive future. The technology that progresses in the future should have a human face to it. The Justice Party and presidential candidate Kim Sang-jung will work for reducing digital divide and ensuring of the citizens' rights. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. That was the Honorable Lee Eun-ju of the Justice Party. And Chol-soo, presidential candidate of People Party, sent us the pre-recorded video. Good afternoon. I am An Chol-soo, presidential candidate of People's Party. Let me first congratulate you on the opening of the 2021 Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Do you remember this photo of the US President Biden holding a silicon semiconductor wafer? I believe this photo will soon be featured in the global history textbook as a symbolic photo of the 21st century. In the 21st century, countries with science and technology power have dominated the world. And in the midst of hegemony war over science and technology, leaders of countries took the role of field commanders. Let me now answer the three questions provided by the organizer. First, regarding the impact of the fourth industrial revolution on our society. Human civilization has already entered into an era where science, technology, economy, diplomacy, and security are closely intertwined as if they are in one body. Science and technology today are core of national strength and leading indicators of future hegemony. In other words, science and technology lie at the heart of all the changes that we are experiencing today. The U.S. pursues alliance for science and technology, and China also strives for its dream of science and technological excellence. Amid such fierce competition, what sorts of survival strategies Korea should adopt to secure strategic value and room for maneuver? I think this should be one of the key agenda in this presidential election of Korea. The keyword of the fourth industrial revolution and digital transformation is connectivity, hyperconnectivity. In this hyper-connected world, countries that dominate network and platform economy will have global hegemony. In this regard, the fourth industrial revolution is not just a matter of well-being, it is a matter of life or death. It has a profound impact on the very survival of the nation and the people. Only with the success of the fourth industrial revolution, Korea can build a virtuous cycle of growth and welfare to become a sustainable welfare state and a country that can protect public life and safety from human security perspective. The next question is about challenges in the era of fourth industrial revolution that need to be resolved. First of all, we definitely need growth. Only when we drive up the growth potential of Korea, we can achieve human rights, democracy, and welfare in a sustainable manner. Second, we have to secure technological sovereignty and promote global cooperation. In all sectors, including infrastructure, products, parts and components, and services, we have to protect assets and properties of the public, and we have to guarantee free economic activities of business. If we have to play in a digital playground created by other countries, our competitors will get to know us just like the back of their hands, and all of our vulnerabilities will be exposed. That's why 5G, 6G network technologies, and cybersecurity become so crucial, even to the world's greatest power, the US, as they determine countries' national security and future. I believe the example of mRNA vaccine development shows how a country should promote science and technology in the 21st century. The vaccine development was driven by private sector who converged bio and nanotechnology with medical technology, and the US government proactively removed all the regulatory barriers that may have hampered vaccine development. As a result, the vaccine development that used to take 5 to 10 years before was succeeded only in 1 year. It really shows how enormous achievements can be made when science and technologies are merged without barriers, when such efforts are efficiently backed up by government who understand technology. When all of them were combined, it led to the birth of vaccines that protect the survival of humanity. The third question is about my commitment in digital transformation for the next 5 years. I believe how interested a nation's leader is in science and technology and what policy he makes will determine the future of a nation. What addresses difficult challenges that a nation and an entire humanity face is science and technology leadership. Various issues, including low fertility, population aging, growing gap between the haves and the have-nots, carbon neutrality, and response to infectious disease. It's not a religion nor a belief that can solve these problems, but science and technology. When running for presidency, I declared the vision of building a science and technology-oriented country. In order for science and technology to create a new growth engine, market economy based on freedom and creativity must flourish. Social safety net must be reinforced to stimulate entrepreneurship and give people another chance to try even when they fail. By adopting negative regulation system that lists only what's prohibited, I will stimulate the growth of new industries, new products, and new business models. Science and technology is all about resolving day-to-day issues with fact and evidence-based reasonable choices. When science and technology constitute the foundation to upgrade Korea and create new growth engine and new job opportunities, Korea will truly be able to take a quantum leap, which will be even greater than our past miracles of industrialization and democratization. Distinguished guests, when we challenge ourselves to create solutions that have never existed, it will lead us to a better world, better future than today. The reason why we are all here today is because we believe science and technology can create a better tomorrow, a better Korea, and a better world. The future truly lies in your hand. I wish you all happiness and health, and thank you very much.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much.
네, 그럼
Now we are going to have panel discussion. So following the session on industry and economy, the Yoon Sung-no, co-chair of the Presidential Committee, will continue to serve as moderator in this session. Now I'd like to hand over the microphone to Mr. Yoon. Good afternoon. Did you enjoy lunch? We just heard the messages delivered by the 4 people from the presidential election campaign committees. Now we are going to have the special session on Digital Transformation 2025, National Strategies for Successful Digital Transformation. And for this, we have 3 panelists. Kwon Ho-yeol, President of Korea Information Society Development Institute, President of National Information Society Agency, and Mr. Chun Sang-bae, President of the Institute of Information and Communication Technology Planning and Evaluation. So Mr. Kwon, Moon, and Chan, can you please give us some responses to the previous messages delivered by 4 presidential candidates? So that was about the campaign pledges on digital transformation, and I don't think that I'm in the right position to have comment on that. But to be very brief, I hope that they could walk the talk and deliver all the promises that they made. So the presidential candidate Lee Jae-myung, he said that he's going to make investment in 3 major digital infrastructures, and also the Mr. Yoon Suk-yeol, he said that he will pursue 4 types of the innovations, and the Sim promised the coexistence, harmonious coexistence, and also the An Chol-soo talked about his vision of the science and technology-oriented country. And I believe that these campaign pledges are so comprehensive that cover everything. So I hope that all these campaign pledges can be delivered. So when it comes to science and technology policy, there is no conservative, no progressive, no ruling and opposition party, because this is not a matter of the partisan politics. Rather, this is a common denominator that can hold everyone together. So in the United States, even with the changes of the government, the policies on AI have been maintained in a very consistent manner. So I believe that these campaign pledges, I hope that can be pursued in a consistent way.
Hello, everyone. I am Sung Bae Chun. Likewise, when I listen to the 4 presidential candidate speakers, I had similar thoughts. I worked as a civil servant for 30 years, and during presidential elections, we heard about the campaign pledges of the presidential candidates every time there was an election, and I was always curious about what it would be. And the 4 presidential candidates talked about science, technology, and ICT, that it will become a major agenda for the administration. And there were differences in the areas in which the candidates would focus on, but it seemed that the science and technology and ICT is an area in which there isn't much difference in the opinions of the candidates. But it will also be important for us to implement these campaign pledges, just as President Moon of the NISA said, we need to well implement these plans and commitments into actual policies. So, regarding the campaign pledges and commenting on them specifically, I would like to say that it was important for us to implement and think about ways of implementing these pledges. Hello, everyone. I am Ho Yeol-kwon, president of Korea Information Society Development Institute. The other presidents of the research institutes and agencies said very good remarks, so I won't repeat what they said. The 4 candidates all said that ICT and science and technology is extremely important and that they would nurture it. So I think you can summarize it into these 2. However, their commitment toward science and technology and ICT, for this to be realized, we should not leave them by themselves and leave it only in the hands of the candidates. We need to support them. We need to provide them with ideas and help them out as much as we can. And just as one of the candidates said, President Biden held up a silicon wafer, and that will be recorded in history books. I think that the 4 presidential candidates, what they said today, will become an important milestone, I hope. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion.
Now, let me move on to the second question. So the Korean government has successfully carried out the ICT policies. Of course, there were some trials and error, but pretty much success. Then can you please talk about your assessment on the impact of the 4IR on the Korean society and the challenges that we have to address? I am sure that you have prepared your presentation slide. So starting with the Mr. Kwan, Moon, and Chan, we will listen to the presentations.
So I will begin. I asked for my slides to be changed. I don't know if these are the updated slides. While my updated version is being prepared, I would like to thank you for inviting me here in this important conference. We have to set the direction for our country, and it is true that we need to think about what the future direction should be, and I have thought about this myself. Today, we are talking about the Fourth Industrial Revolution and its impact and its results. And I believe that if we think about where the Fourth Industrial Revolution started, I think that it was with the start of the explosive take-up of the internet in 1995. So for us, I think that that was the starting point. And people who were born in 1995, it's become 2021, so now they're 27 years old of age. Therefore, they are now becoming important players in our society. So as Korea aims to become a digital country, I hope that we can become a digital youth country. So the country has to be a country for the youth, for the younger generation. But at the same time, it means that even those in their older ages can think and act as if they were younger people. In other words, they should have a challenging spirit and start new things. The Fourth Industrial Revolution, as you know, was coined in 2016 at the World Economic Forum. So it was first mentioned there, and we are seeing a unprecedented revolution. It is about robots, AI, biotechnology, and these technologies are innovative, and it's changing all industries, and society will change with this. There will be 7 million unemployed due to the new technology. And so, regarding Fourth Industrial Revolution, I think countries are concerned about how they will respond to it, and they created national, for example, strategies. And we saw various response measures taken by the government. But these technologies are connected, they are integrated, and it will converge with one another to bring about results. So these days, we can see society and all industries changing due to technology changes. And what are major trends here? And at KIST, we have, for the past 1 year, carried out a lot of studies to identify what the major technologies are and what types of impact it will have. On the horizontal, it is the possibility of something happening, and the vertical line is what will be the impact of that happening. So possibility, and if you look at the right-hand square, it shows what will happen, and it will also have a big impact. And you will see that data-centered society is high on the list. With the digital transformation, it is being carried out right now, whether we want it or not, and is this desirable? So we have this question, and based on this, we carried out studies. As a result of the studies, the digital transformation will be an enormous amount of change. It is a transformation, and the depth and the scope of the transformation, depending on how much you will carry it out. Are you going to pursue innovation and transformation, or are you going to just be passive? And will the results of the transformation be shared by many, or will it be in the hands of a few? So you can see that there are 4 squares here, and we should go toward a digital co-prosperity. Regarding such digital transformation, the impact of digital transformation will be felt by all, and many people can participate in this digital co-prosperity society. And for us to make this society, there are 10 policy tasks that we need to achieve. And the priorities are shown here. It's not in the order of priority. Out of these 10, what is most urgent is number 1. So we need to create a digital ecosystem. And there is advancement of industries. So we need to have technology competitiveness, and we need to maintain a leadership position in the market. And fourth, it is related to securing digital leadership in the global technology competition. So in this digital world, we are not competing only in the Korean market. We have to compete in the global market. And another priority is number 6. We need to create jobs. And here you will see that we need to create a social safety net in a digital world, because transformation will be led by a couple, and not all will be able to join in. So we need to make sure that everyone can enjoy the benefits of such digital transformation. And in that sense, a major project was the Korean New Deal. Right after COVID-19 outbreak, there was the Korean New Deal that was announced, which was the Korean New Deal 2.0, 1.0, and this year we are on Korean New Deal 2.0. It is the Green New Deal, Digital New Deal, and Human New Deal. And in the version 1.0, the Human New Deal was about strengthening social safety net, and we need to care for the vulnerable, but in order to care for them, the best way is for them to be empowered to have the capabilities. And the Digital New Deal, the performance of this and the results, I think that President Moon will be explaining more in detail. Well, in any case, through this Digital New Deal, compared to previous AI strategies and so forth, we were able to generate double the performance in a very short time. And next, I would like to say that in the fourth industrial revolution, for us to well lead this, it is not enough just to have the technology. In other words, having the business is not enough. We need to create an ecosystem for these businesses to flourish. And there has to be research centers and universities that support the technology. And we need SMEs, large companies, and startups that use such technology. And we also need VCs. And we also need, for example, the public sector too. What you're seeing here is the Canadian AI ecosystem. They have a massive landscape, and they have 5 regions that have established super clusters. And in the same way, Korea should also consider creating these clusters in regions. And following this, it shows the impact evaluation of the fourth industrial revolution. And we see that there were many positive results. But in addition to that, with COVID-19, which was unexpected, fortunately, because of the Fourth Industrial Revolution Committee, we had many strategies set up, and advanced countries and other countries, they saw a drop in their GDP YOY by almost 20 to 10%. However, Korea only saw a contraction of 2 to 3% in its GDP, and we were able to well control the number of COVID cases, and that was one of the big results of this Fourth Industrial Revolution projects. And in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, our major challenges will be first in securing core technology, and second, commercializing it and strengthening the industry ecosystem, and fourth, we need to have human resources, and fifth, it is about socially vulnerable. With transformation, there will be inevitably people that are left out. Therefore, we need to use various tools to support these people. And the fourth industrial revolution, we need institutions, technologies, and manpower that will lead to innovation. On the national policy, proposal for digital transformation, we need to have a challenging spirit, and it is unpaved roads. It's a new frontier. So we have to have a challenging spirit to go into this uncharted territory, and we need to have more sharing and disclosure for cooperation, and leadership has to be respected. Actually, these days, AI is now become a specialist. It's a professional. However, the problem is, will people be able to trust the decisions of AI? This is a issue. So, to have good leadership, we need to have trust in the system, and we need to have innovation, and we need to be more inclusive. In the time of 3,000 years ago in China, there was a king who said this: if you truly want to become new, then you need to make every day new, and you need to, if you want change, you have to change every day, and you have to challenge yourself. So you need to cooperate, you need to challenge yourselves, and you need to lead this new transformation. It's very new for us, and therefore, in our lives, we're trying to go toward a new road that others have not taken before. So we need to create a young Korea, and that is the proposal that I would like to make. Thank you very much.
네, 원장님 감사드립니다.
Thank you. Next, the Moon Young-sik, President of National Information Society Agency, will give us a presentation. Thank you very much. Am I given 10 minutes for presentation? Actually, 5 minutes. I think we have to adjust the time counter because it's set for 10 minutes. So regarding the challenges that we have to address in this era of digital transformation and the fourth industrial revolution. So Digital New Deal is to facilitate digital transformation. So the task that we have to do is to make success with digital transformation. I'm sure that's the national priority. And in order to make such success, the government should carry out various policies. I would like to talk about that. I am the president of the promotion agency, and therefore I'd like to deliver the voices of people in the field and industry. So regarding the roles that government should play, I believe that there are 3 roles that they must play, regardless of geographies and time. Number 1, they have to foster national strategic technology, and they have to maintain competitive edge. And for this, they have to make investment in R&D. Second, governance has to be revised to minimize regulation. So the governance innovation and regulatory innovation is something that government should pursue. And thirdly, in this era of 4IR, we have to foster talent in AI. I believe these are the 3 basic tasks that all governments must carry out. Let me elaborate on each of them. First of all, strategic technology. It refers to a technology that can determine the future of a nation, that can determine the security of a nation. In fact, the competition between China and the US, the gist of it lies with the competition over AI, because AI is such a determining technology. And in Korea, we also have core technologies that will enable us to strive in the future. And for these types of core technologies, we really have to create a super gap. So for second battery, bio, and semiconductor industry, as well as space and astronomy technologies, Korea should create super gap. And this will determine the success of digital transformation. And for this, we have to have consistency. Policies have to be delivered in a consistent manner, regardless of changes of government. Second is about refining the digital transformation governance. I always ask this question, that who is the CEO of Korea? What ministry is in charge of digital transformation? What ministry is in charge of data management? And in fact, nobody can give us a clear answer. because everybody has different perceptions, and therefore governance has to be refined. And so the governance has to be redefined both at national and ministerial level. And so we have to have dedicated officer for digital transformation, but none of the ministries do have officer dedicated to this. Rather, many of the officers who are in charge of digital transformation also have different positions that they are in charge. And also, we have to change public-private partnership. We have to improve that. Government, when it comes to innovation, their role is not to adopt state-of-the-art technologies. Their role is to bring innovation to the way we live and the way we work. And all the projects for digital and AI have to be driven by private sector. In other words, the bottom up should be the key. But government does have a tendency to drive everything by themselves. And they have to move away from such attitude. The third task is that government should nurture AI talent in order not to be defeated in this war of talent. So talent is everything. AI is all about talent. In order to have competitiveness in AI, we have to produce highly skilled talent. And in fact, the US has come up with a very radical policy in order to foster AI talent. So recently, they came up with a new report that was originally devised by the Trump administration. All the renowned experts of the United States came together and mustered their wisdom together and established this report. And this report is now being carried out by Biden administration. And this, in fact, through this report, the U.S. declared its vision to make all out efforts to foster AI talent through diverse policies. So for this, they established the Technological Competitiveness Committee directly under presidential office, and they developed and established National Technology Academy. And National Security Immigration Act will also be revised, and anyone with the STEM doctorate degree or AI degree will get the residence visa. So this is truly radical. And also a lot of scholarships are provided to IT talent. So I believe that we are almost in a quasi war state over talent. However, Korea seems to be too calm, too silent. When it comes to talent development, we tend to be very passive and we fail to overcome the boundaries of ministries. And therefore, we have to find some breakthrough. We have to come up with radical measures to develop human talent. There are no short-term measures, let alone long-term vision. So I think this is something that we have to address as early as possible, and we have to come up with aggressive strategic policies for fostering AI talent. And I think that this is a task that the next administration must do. So only when we can produce right talent, we can thrive and prosper in the future. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. President Chun will give us the presentation.
예, 저는 두 분 앞에서 평가.
Thank you very much. We heard about the evaluation of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and so I want to talk about the digital transformation policy direction for hope and a leap forward in the future. And I'm sure you are well aware of this already. Korea's ICT infrastructure is excellent, and that was possible because of the preparations that we have made, and it has contributed to creation of good jobs and of startup creation. In the Fourth Industrial Revolution side, I want to talk about the part on the bottom. That digital transformation is leading to a convergence, and it is going beyond the capabilities of humans. So digital is not just a tool anymore. It will be a enabler of creative innovation, and that's why digital transformation has become so important. However, let's now look at the reality that we're facing. Digital economy, it's important, but depending on how you respond to the digital economy and digital transformation, it might lead to a leap forward, bringing our country to another level, but it might lead to a decline. And digital impact and influence, it can become a solution for many social problems. And it was mentioned already, there is also the issue of digital hegemony and the competition for such hegemony. We see semiconductors, quantum computing, and this AI, 5G, and we're seeing such a fierce competition of powerhouses and powerful countries and advanced countries. So the digital transformation, for us to lead in this innovation, we need to work on leading, and we also need to secure talents. And for this digital transformation, we need to pursue happiness, and we need to make a fair society. And that's why I want to talk about these 6 matters. First of all, innovative economy being led through digital economy and carbon neutrality. In the digital world, we will see that data and digital land will be important. So it will move into the metaverse, and it will go into a satellite communication. So we hope that our digital landscape is expanded to these areas, and digital labor, there will be augmented humans and automated objects, and digital capital, it will be related to digital twins and cybersecurity. So these will be new and emerging industries. In transforming our economic structure and architecture, it was mentioned by the candidates that there will be digitalization of all industries, and we need to have unicorn companies being born. So digital, if the digital industry uses a lot of energy, so when we transform to a digital economy, we need to have innovation in realizing carbon neutrality in digital data centers, networks, and materials and components companies. And there should be management of such energy usage. Next, on technology and manpower in order to compete in such digital hegemony. And we talked about AI, and AI should be explainable. We need to have 6G, space internet, quantum computing. So these are some core technologies that's required. And we need to have science and technology converged with ICT, flexible display, next generation algorithm will be included here, and many people talked about nurturing talent for digital innovation, and I don't think we can stress this enough. We need 10,000 experts in this area, and we need 200,000 specialists. And the citizens all have to have digital capabilities, and we need 2 million to 3 million digital citizens. If we are able to secure such talent, it will help in establishing a digital economy. Also, we hope that the digital transformation leads to enhanced happiness of our citizens. So digital lifestyles, digital housing, and digital workspace. So there should be access to data and easy usage of such data and technology, remote learning, and remote conferencing. These are some tools that we can use to reduce the cost of housing and schooling. So there will be new jobs that are created through Fourth Industrial Revolution, and this will absorb a lot of the lost jobs. And we need to have a digital safe society, and we want to utilize digital in an inclusive way in medical areas, healthcare, education, welfare, and the public sector. So we hope that the digital great transformation is done in a more rapid and bold way to realize happiness for all. Thank you very much.
원장님 좋은 발표 감사드립니다.
Thank you all for a great presentation. We have one common question and also one individual question to Mr. Kwon Oh-yeol and Moon Yong-sik from our online participants. So digital transformation will be a critical factor for the future of Korea, and we are now at a critical juncture. So for ministries in relation with digital technology, in terms of restructuring or governance, do you have any suggestions? In order to succeed in governance, I believe that the power to carry out actual projects should be strengthened. So regarding that, do you have any advice or any take on that? So President Moon, can you please start first? As for the refining of governance system, I actually emphasized this in my presentation. So first thing that we have to address is that we have to create a governance responsible for DX, and we have to define its role clearly, because the governance has to be established in accordance with the roles, and the roles are to establish national policies, carry out policies, and also conduct coordination between different ministries. And for this, we have to have a dedicated organization. Whether it's at ministerial level, office level, or individual committee, I'm not sure. It's all design issue, but I believe that we have to establish a organization dedicated to DX. At least for data governance, we must have a task force team fully in charge of this. And in order to have the power for actual implementations, we have to refine and revise existing system. First of all, with regards to the data privacy law, it is actually scattered all around, and there is no consistency. We have statistic law, public data law, data infrastructure law, and data industry promotion law. And we also have the information disclosure law, and also the basic law on the promotion of the information-based society. However, there are no consistency, and therefore we have to standardize and harmonize the legislative framework. And second is that we have to establish an efficient system for policy implementation. So I just talked about the importance of establishing a task force dedicated to this work. And also, in order to provide effective support for DX and AI, we have to create a professional organization. For example, like in the UK, the GDX, Government Digital Service, they made a phenomenal job and made a significant progress in terms of the technological support. And therefore, we have to create similar organization. Only then I believe that we will have fully functioning governance.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, President Kwon.
네, 지금 말씀하신 그런 거버넌스 문제를
If you look at the governance issue, they say that Fourth Industrial Revolution will take place, and core technology for it can be various things. Computing and networking was traditionally thought to be most important, but now AI will take the place of computing, and online platforms will take the place of networks, it seems. So AI and platforms and data on top of that. So we need to consider organizations that work on this. And just as President Moon said, the Data Framework Act was enacted in October, and it's going to be put in place next year. And there will be a data committee, and every 3 years, the committee will establish basic plans for data, and the basic plan will be executed. So data, platforms, and AI. For each area, there will be governance organizations. And on top of that, these governance committees need to work together well. And for them to collaborate, some committee members of these committees may be members of other committees as well to enable close coordination. Thank you. Next, President John. Digital transformation and the fourth industrial revolution, when we talk about governance, it's actually quite sensitive and it feels a bit burdensome for me to talk about this. But what is most important is to have ability to execute. Once there is a consensus that something is needed, there should be persistency in carrying it out. Because digital transformation, fourth industrial revolution, if you listen to it, it sounds like it's just a tool and a method. And if you start to look at it like that, it will be included in various parts of various ministries. So it's not easy to connect them together into one control tower or a certain ministry. But the digital transformation, it will lead to enormous change in our lives. If that is true, then we need to have some kind of a control tower that can set the tone. And it's important that we abide by the principles and guidelines. And the control tower can be in the format of a committee, or it can become a organization under the Prime Minister's office, or there can be coordination among ministries. But what is more important is that we need to actually control and put together these tools and functions. And it will be about enabling execution. And on the implementation, to elaborate, just as President Moon said, Moon Yong-sik said, we need to make sure that data is utilized well, and we should work on providing access and utilization of data. Thank you very much. We are past our time, but we have some questions from online. So I would like to ask this question to President Kwon and Moon.
So the first question goes to President Kwan. You talked about the data-intensive society, but when it comes to data accumulation and storage, we have made tremendous progress. However, without interpretation, we cannot really lead to actual outcomes. So how can we bridge that gap?
So data collection is being done well, but we are not interpreting the data well. That is why there is a big gap in using that data. I understand that to be the gist of the question. Actually, data, when it's generated, it's important to think about where that data will be used. So you need to think about the demand, where that data will be used, and if that data is prepared with the end use in mind, that would be great. But if it's not generated in that way, and if you're trying to use data that was made for a different purpose, you would have to convert that data. And in the process of converting data, there are difficulties. But fortunately, I understand that according to Korea's New Deal and Digital New Deal, it is a lot about using data as the data to train AI engines and algorithms. And we need to expand these positive examples and data standardization. We talk about that. And the trends these days, it seems that organization data and non-organization data, we want the two types of data to be compatible with one another. And so related parties need to sit down together and have a discussion on this and try to work on standardization so that data can be used as is without having to convert and modify it. Thank you.
Now this question goes to the President Moon. So 52 work hour system is applied to all businesses in a cookie cutter way. And I think that somehow you oppose the idea. So can you please talk about what will be the ways to foster innovation in this era of Industry 4.0? I didn't really make that remark in my presentation. But I believe that the knowledge-based startup, they will be the future of Korea. We have to nurture them so that they become unicorns. That will be the best strategy to create new jobs. But as for the knowledge-based startups, the growth of the company and growth of an individual, they all go together in tandem. That's how these companies are designed in terms of the KPI, stock options, or incentives. The individual employees can grow their assets and their professionalism alongside with the growth of companies. So they are very eager to work hard. However, if we apply 52 work hour system to all companies without exception, then I think that this could hamper the growth of these startups. And therefore, I believe that the regulation should come in a flexible manner. You cookie cutter approach cannot solve the actual problems. And in this regard, I believe that the 52 work hour system is somehow too strict and too rigid. And we have to apply that in a more flexible way. That's my just personal opinion. And regarding how to increase flexibility for this work hour system, I think this is something that we have to devise. Now is the time to close the special session. We have had very fruitful discussion on national strategies for successful digital transformation, and I believe that this session will pave the way for a better future for Korea. And with that, we would like to conclude the session. Thank you very much.
네, 윤성로 위원장님 그리고
Thank you very much, Co-Chairman Yoon and three panelists. We heard about the major challenges for the fourth industrial revolution, and we heard about concrete plans for us to implement in the fourth industrial revolution. We will have a short break, and then at 3:05, we will begin the science and technology session. We will see you in a short while.
지금부터 과학기술
Now we are going to begin the science and technology session. So AI and science technology progresses, they are taking place at rapid speed. And I believe that COVID-19 has also accelerated the speed of digital transformation. And in this regard, we are going to talk about human and AI policies and global partnership for the coexistence of AI and humans in this session.
인간이 이겼습니다. 이세돌 부장이 인공지능 알파고의 첫
네, 그럼 과학기술 세션
Now we will begin the science and technology session. In this session, we will be talking about human and AI and how we can ensure harmonious coexistence, and various countries' policies will be presented. And for this session, Professor Lee In-gyu of Korea University will serve us as a moderator. Good afternoon. I am the moderator of Science and Technology session. My name is Lee In-gyu. I'm a professor at Korea National University. And also, I am the chairman of the organizing committee. And in this fourth session, we are going to talk about AI and human, what kind of policies we have to create in order to ensure harmonious coexistence between AI and human. The first presenter is the Jean-Philippe Courtois, and he is the executive vice president of Microsoft. He's also a chairman of the International Transformation Partnership. So we would like to invite the first speaker for his lecture.
Thank you, Professor Ingu. Annyeonghaseyo. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm sorry that today I cannot be with you in person in Korea. I would like to open by looking at the macro forces that are shaping the fourth industrial revolution in the world that we live in. There are 6 macro forces shaping our world as we emerge from the pandemic. I'm going to start by looking at the impact of technology because the kind of transformation that is being driven by innovations in technology and investment in tech infrastructure is a catalyst for change across so many different areas of our lives, from politics to economics to society. When I talk about technology, I'm talking about digital transformation. We've seen this accelerate during the pandemic at a scale and speed never before imagined. Digital transformation that was predicted to happen in 10 years is already happening today. Tech as a percentage of global GDP will double from 5 to 10% by 2030. I'm an optimist and believe that technology is an empowering force for good. It is a tool for humanity, and I'll come back to this a little later. Technology has also made it possible for us to have what is being referred to as instant economics. What I mean by this is that governments and the private sector have embraced using data from diverse sources to get a much quicker sense of the state of the economy. Calculating a country's GDP typically means months of time lag until the data can be shared. A change in interest rates can take up to 18 months to see its full effects. But during the pandemic, this had to change. Governments and central banks have experimented with tracking mobile phones and contactless payments, for example. Data-driven decisions can be made quickly during a time of crisis. Once out of crisis mode, innovative and intelligent ways of using data to inform quick decision-making are here to stay alongside longer-term assessments. What has also been accelerated by the pandemic, very sadly, is inequality. Prior to the pandemic, we had been making progress against the UN SDGs. Looking at the data from multiple sources, we can see that some of this progress has gone into reverse. Vaccine rollout is uneven, leaving many emerging economies vulnerable. According to the International Labour Organization, global labor income was 1.3 trillion lower in 2021 than pre-pandemic, a drop of 5.3%. An estimated of 108 million extra workers are now extremely or moderately poor, living on less than $3.2 per day. And that the most impacted are women, minorities, and the poor. That's why it's vital that we create inclusive economic opportunities in this digital world. But there are huge opportunities to empower people, including underrepresented groups, in today's digital economy. The challenge is that so many people lack the skills and training to help them get the jobs they want, and that we as a society need to fill. Yes, there are some super specialist roles, such as data scientists, but almost every job soon will require an element of digital skills. And every single one of us, myself included, has to be prepared to learn new skills over the course of our careers. As an example, our global skilling initiative has trained over 14 million learners worldwide. And in Korea, we have 168,000 engaged learners studying with Microsoft. Now we come to complex geopolitics. The geopolitics of the world we all live and operate are complex. The global consensus of what actions need to be taken to manage the 2008 financial crisis has not been replicated during the pandemic. So while we see nations coming together as part of the UN, the G20, there's also a strong and increasing trend of economic protectionism from many countries and retreat from the principles of globalization. There's a risk that this protectionism and nationalism increase as we have to speed up decarbonizing the economy, with all the attendant price rises that may cause in the short term. At Microsoft, recognize that to be a trusted partner of governments and citizens, as well as businesses, we cannot have a single approach that works everywhere in the world. Instead, we work one country at a time. We are proud to help support nations as they develop forward-looking national digital policies that will drive economic growth. With over 60 data center regions worldwide, more than any other company, all cloud capabilities can meet governments' needs to drive innovation, leverage the benefits of the cloud, and better support their residents, business communities, and public sector employees and organizations. Yet, climate change is the biggest threat we face together as humanity. According to NASA, the 10 warmest years on our planet have occurred since 2005. Arctic sea ice is down by almost 23% in just 40 years. The data are frightening. And yes, we've seen some positive signs coming out of COP26, but every single one of us needs to commit to a more sustainable future, and we must make changes right now. In January, we launched the biggest commitments in Microsoft history to focus on the climate crisis. We committed to become carbon negative as a company by 2030. What this means is by 2030, we'll remove more carbon than we emit from the environment. And by 2050, we have committed that we'll remove from the environment all the carbon Microsoft has emitted directly or through electricity use since the company was founded in 1975. In addition, we committed to become water positive, to zero waste, and to create a planetary computer to gather data that will help improve the world's biodiversity. During our first year, we reduced our carbon emissions by 6%, from 11.6 million metric tons to 10.9 million metric tons. What is clear is that measurement is critical to accountability and to progress. This is something many of our customers have been asking us to help them with, which is why we recently announced the public preview of Microsoft Cloud for Sustainability. This provides data insights and tools to help organizations across all industries accelerate their sustainability goals. Now I'd like to shift gears a little and let's go back to technology and break down the specifics beyond the accelerated transformation of economies. There are three technological drivers of digital transformation. Number one, data. Number two, cloud. Number three, analytics, including those promised by AI. Each of these, taken individually, are transformative in their own right. But when happening at the same time, they create an unprecedented opportunity to boost productivity, efficiency, and predictive capability. Let's start by looking at how COVID has made most organizations, including public sector, jump forward by 7 years in technology adoption to enable remote work. Cloud computing and analytics can even level the playing field by allowing even smaller players to access advanced tools on par with more established players. And no asset is more strategic than data. In the next few years, globally, we create more data than we did in the past 10 years. But our ability to make sense of data is growing more difficult as the volume, velocity, and variety expand. The leading indicator of digital transformation success can be measured by an organization's ability to be predictive and analytical power. However, the potential of AI and big data is still not being realized due to underutilization of data. 90% of data is stored but never accessed again. Companies analyze less than 1% of their data. Growing digital sovereignty and techno-nationalism also undermines the potential analytics based on big data because of data gets siloed. It is also held back by the lack of access to and lack of pipeline of skilled AI talent. Earlier on, I talked about the need for skilling. I know that the Korean government has recognized that having a skilled and future-ready workforce is a key to a prosperous future. As I shared in my opening remarks, we are proud to help support nations as they develop policies to empower digital transformation and economic growth. Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. In order to achieve this mission, organizations and people must have access to data at scale and be able to use this data effectively. You've seen this. This is some of the examples I've shared with you. With this in mind, we are publishing 5 data collaboration principles that will guide Microsoft contributions and commitment to trusted data collaboration. Open. We work to make data relevant to important social problems as open as possible, including by contributing open data ourselves. Usable. We'll invest in creating new technologies and tools, governance mechanisms, and policies to make data more usable by everyone. Empowering. We'll help organizations generate value from their data according to their choices and develop their AI talent to use data effectively and independently. Secure. We'll employ security controls to ensure data collaboration is operationally secure where it's desired. And finally, private. We'll help organizations to protect individuals' privacy in data sharing collaborations that involve personally identifiable information. Microsoft is committed to doing everything we can to support Korea, to be a forerunner in the fourth industrial revolution, to bridge the data divide, train talent, and encourage data sharing for the benefit of the public at large. I really look forward to visiting Korea soon. Kamsahamnida. Thank you.
네, 크루트와 부회장님.
Thank you very much. Next, moving on, we would like to invite the Andrew Wyckoff, Director of OECD Directorate for Science, Technology and Innovation, for his presentation. Mr. Andrew Wyckoff, he is the Director of OECD STI, and he is in charge of science and technology policies and innovation. So we will watch his pre-recorded video.
My name is Andrew Wyckoff. I'm the Director of Science, Technology, and Innovation at the OECD, and I want to thank the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution inviting me to speak at this important conference, particularly given its focus on artificial intelligence and the digital transformation, two topics that are of intense interest to us here at the OECD. Now, given the theme of the conference on AI policy and global partnership for the coexistence of artificial intelligence and humans, I want to focus my remarks on this issue from the OECD perspective. Our work on AI policies is represented by this figure. The red circle in the center are the OECD AI principles. They continue to be the core of our work. Around it, you'll see OECD.ai. This provides an evidence base for their implementation, with one AI to the left providing expert advice on AI policies and how to implement them. The OECD also hosts the Secretariat on the Global Partnership on AI, GPI, launched in June of 2020 under the leadership of France and Canada to advance cutting-edge research and pilot projects on AI priorities. That's to the right here. And then at the bottom, you'll find OECD also coordinates a global parliamentary group on artificial intelligence, which is a large network of legislators from across the world working on AI policy. The OECD work on AI is also supported by a very generous grant from the German Ministry of Labor on AI, work, innovation, productivity, and skills. Probably the number one issue most policymakers ask about artificial intelligence. In February, we organized a week-long conference, and its sessions are available on a dedicated page on OECD.ai. Let me briefly describe each of these and how they support the themes of this conference, in particular, this session. Let me start with the OECD AI principles that were adopted in May of 2019 at the OECD Ministerial Council meeting of that year. They are the first intergovernmental standard for the responsible stewardship of trustworthy artificial intelligence. And as I will present today, they guide our work on OECD's work on artificial intelligence. On this slide, you'll see 10 principles. The first principles are for responsible stewardship and trustworthy AI systems using a value-based principle approach. They are aimed at all stakeholders involved in the AI lifecycle, including, for example, developers and designers of AI systems. The second group includes recommendations for national policies and international cooperation. They're aimed at governments and what kind of policies should be put in place to promote responsible, trustworthy AI. While non-binding, these principles do carry moral and political suasion. They also provide lines on the road that can help shape the development of AI so it helps to achieve important societal and economic goals by recognizing and addressing risks associated with this technology. The principles were adopted by all 38 member countries of the OECD in 2019, and since then, 6 additional countries, including countries like Brazil and Singapore, have signed on. The following month, in Tsukuba, Japan, G20 leaders committed to these same principles. Together, these 50 countries represent probably 95% of all AI development at this time, making them very much global in that sense. But this map reveals many gaps, particularly in areas like Africa, which, while perhaps not a current producer, will be an important user of artificial intelligence. This is why our partnership with UN bodies like UNESCO becomes important. While necessary, principles are not sufficient and need to be backed up by efforts to convert the principles into concrete practices and action. In short, to implement the principles into policies and regulations. The OECD leads 2 initiatives to help countries implement our AI principles. The first is the OECD.ai Policy Observatory. The second is the OECD Network of Experts on AI, what we call One AI. I'll briefly describe each. Excuse me. OECD.ai provides an online platform for multidisciplinary, evidence-based policy analysis on AI and facilitates a multi-stakeholder dialogue. Its objective is to shape AI public policy, and it consists of 4 pillars. The first, the OECD AI principles themselves. The second, AI and policy areas, with information on AI public policy topics, policy analysis, ranging from every topic from AI and health to transportation to agriculture. Then we have a dynamic, ever-growing part looking at trends and data. This key pillar provides the latest AI trends and data to anchor policies in evidence. Last but not least are countries and their initiatives. Finally, this pillar is a repository of country AI principles and strategies and stakeholder initiatives. This 4th pillar on countries and initiatives is a gigantic database now. It covers over 60 different countries with 600 AI policies and initiatives. This information is regularly updated and based on national AI policy surveys that we undertake. Now, while it's too early to identify best practice, this database allows countries to see what others are doing and learn from each other and share ideas. Turning to the OECD Network of Experts on AI, or One AI, this is a group of more than 200 different individuals representing the full breadth of our multi-stakeholder engagement: civil society, academia, industry, governments, and the technical community. They advise us, and in particular the OECD Committee on Digital Economy Policy, and they provide expert advice on where AI is going and what the latest trends are and how AI can be used to resolve some of the problems that policymakers have raised. One AI breaks down into 3 different working groups and a forthcoming 4th task force. The first working group looks at classifying AI systems into a user-friendly classification framework to help policymakers discern what types of AI systems raise different types of policy issues. And this framework is designed to cover the OECD AI principles. Another working group is working to develop tools for trustworthy AI, identifying tools that AI actors and decision makers can implement to improve the trustworthiness of AI, such as bias in training data sets. The Working Group on National AI Policies is developing guidance on national AI policies, such as the governance of AI policies, R&D, and skills. Its work focuses on the 5 recommendations for policymakers, and just last week it was agreed to elevate this working group into a new working party at the OECD. Lastly, we're launching a task force on AI compute. This task force aims to better understand countries' computing capacity and its evolution. Now, I just want to describe one of these topics underway in this one AI, and that's the classification system, which you can see depicted here on this figure. It has 4 different dimensions, which looks at the life cycle of how AI is developed. And what's important about this is by breaking it down to its components, you can begin to develop a risk-based approach to AI policy, such as the one being proposed by the European Union in its AI Act. Our efforts to help countries develop AI policies also recognize that the countries are at different stages of development of implementation of national AI strategies and policies. These stages of AI policy include policy design, their implementation. It's about policy intelligence, identifying different evaluation methods and monitoring exercise, and then approaches for international and multi-stakeholder cooperation on AI policy, given the breadth of how AI really is a global technology that involves a wide breadth of different participants. We also emphasize that effective AI policy implementation needs to be coordinated across government, because AI is a general purpose technology that impacts nearly every area of policy. Countries are using different governance models to coordinate AI policy implementation, again, across governments, for example, by establishing national AI offices. And this figure shows a number of examples how different countries are approaching this very difficult problem of coordination across governments. There's also a lot of focus on supporting the agile transitions from AI R&D to its commercialization by adapting policy and regulatory frameworks. Many countries are using a controlled environment to allow SMEs and other innovators to experiment and test AI systems and then help them develop AI products that can scale up and be safe and trustworthy, and hence remove barriers to their adoption. Lastly, a wide variety of regulatory approaches are being pursued. Amending laws, mandatory requirements to test for AI bias, for example, banning the use of AI in specific contexts, or establishing public registries of AI systems. And most countries also have introduced guidelines for trustworthy AI that are largely in line with the OECD AI principles. As you can see from this figure, there's a wide continuum starting from soft law going all the way to hard law approaches to outright banning of certain types of AI. Learning from these different approaches is important for improving AI policy development across the OECD and beyond. Beyond making policies, a few countries have started to monitor and issue national annual reports evaluating the implementation of their national AI strategies, and several national and regional institutions have established so-called AI observatories to aid in this monitoring of AI policies. Let me end just to emphasize that no policies should be developed without having a good evidence base. And on the AI Policy Observatory at the OECD, you'll see we're developing a number of different data streams that help policymakers with establishing this evidence base. Now, let me conclude by just saying OECD is only one element of a larger constellation of players in this area. We've established globalpolicy.ai to join us all up so we can learn from each other and leverage from each other's activities. An important component of this is the Global Partnership on AI, which is hosted at the OECD and is slowly growing its membership as it develops its work methods to implement the AI principles into effective practices. With that, let me thank you for your attention and welcome you taking a look at these resources at the OECD.
네, 와이코프.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We will now go on to the third presentation, and the third speaker is Anne-Marie Larsen. She is the Tech Ambassador of Denmark. Anne-Marie Larsen is a Tech Ambassador, and she is in charge of the tech governance. And explaining this around the world, we will go on to the third presentation.
Hello, my name is Anne-Marie Larsen, and I want to start by saying a very warm thank you to the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Korea for hosting this important global policy conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution 2021. The commitment to ensure that we stand on the right side of the digital transformation and make the Fourth Industrial Revolution work for responsible development of technology is both admirable and it is much needed. And for this reason, I am honored to get the opportunity to be here with you virtually today and address the important topic of how can we work towards global strategies for successful digital transformation. What I think is especially important to underline is the word global. As I will later turn to talk about much more, global cooperation is absolutely essential if we want to ensure responsibility in the technology that surrounds us every day and everywhere. First of all, let me tell you about why it's only natural, that I believe, to be Denmark's tech ambassador. And let me touch briefly upon the Danish experience with integrating digital technologies as part of society. Today, Denmark is among the most digitized countries in the world, with a strongly digitized public sector and also a strongly digitized private sector. This has been made possible for many reasons, but one of the most important ones is the high trust in government and institutions. Because that trust has allowed over the past couple of decades an extensive rollout of digital infrastructure, digital technologies, and the digitization of every aspect of society here in Denmark. However, this trust must also be present in the technological solutions as well, because trust and transparency has to go hand in hand. By ensuring transparency in both the way we use technology and also in the technological solutions themselves, we increase trust in these solutions. And if we do not trust the solutions ahead of us, I fear that we will see citizens, ordinary people, companies turning away from digital technologies, thinking more about the shadow sides and being afraid of actually engaging. And then digital technologies will not give us empowerment, but rather estrangement. So we need to address this challenge. And this is as present in Denmark as it is elsewhere. And that by integrating more and more technology into our everyday lives, from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to bed, we need to make sure that the digital divide that is not becoming wider and that it's just not becoming a knowledge gap on when tech goes bigger and bigger. We need to bridge this gap. We need to close the digital divide. We need to ensure stronger and better trust in technologies. We need to ensure that a growing number of our citizens has the tools to understand and use technology. This does not mean that everyone should be highly tech savvy or educated as a software engineer. However, it does mean that the average citizen should be much more comfortable and technologically aware than what is the case today. This is one piece of the puzzle. Another important part of the puzzle is how we relate to emerging technologies and ensure that they work and are developed responsibly. Because as new technologies emerge, they present great possibilities for both individuals and society. Just looking at our everyday life, it is clear how dependent we are on technological solutions that would have not been able to dream about just 10, 20 years ago. It is everything from giving us access to all the information in the world, regardless of language. It is about optimizing every aspect of our industries. It's about fast-tracking the green transition, and especially towards climate change with artificial intelligence. And it's using healthcare to prevent much better diagnosis and to support people, millions around the world, in getting much better healthcare. This dependency in technology is also what makes it so very important to stop and consider the implications of new technologies as they emerge. Artificial intelligence is one example of this, where we need to develop a regulatory framework and global standards to ensure that the digital transformation the technology contributes to is both successful and responsible. Artificial intelligence, I believe, holds immense potentials, and it will be one of the critical technologies of our lifetime to support our competitiveness, prosperity, our green transition, and our welfare models long into the 21st century. However, the use of artificial intelligence involves a number of serious risks that can undermine an ethical, responsible, and safe use of artificial intelligence. These risks, they must be addressed. Striking the balance between setting the right requirements and safeguards in order to achieve trustworthy AI, while at the same time facilitating and promoting innovation, is an essential challenge. For artificial intelligence, as well as other new technologies, a risk-based framework that is technology neutral, proportionate, can be a very sensible approach. We believe that the degree of obligation should follow the degree of possible harm. Against this background, it is necessary to have a legislative framework that ensures citizens' trust and increased protection in society without stifling innovation or competitiveness. Furthermore, we must ensure responsibility in technology as well as democratic values as new technologies are developed, disseminated, and applied. This challenge demands global cooperation. And for this, I want to return back to what I mentioned in the beginning about global cooperation. Because for us to move forward towards a prosperous digital transformation, we must work together to ensure that the future is responsible, democratic, and secure, that it delivers solutions to the world's greatest challenges, and that we harness a massive potential that technology does offer us. Working together, not just government to government, but a multi-stakeholder approach, where we invite in civil society, academia, companies, startups, everyone working together, approaching these challenges and leaning on the industry experience and the civil society and the academic experience to find the right solutions. This is among the centerpieces in the Danish tech diplomacy approach. Continuous dialogue between governments and industry and a focus on multilateral cooperation. And this is what's needed as part of a global strategy to ensure responsible digital transformation as well. The challenges that arise as we stand in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution calls for like-minded countries to set global standards for the technology that drives the changes we see in society. We must ensure that these standards are rooted in our shared democratic values and respect for human rights. With shared global standards, we can also share and fulfill the ambition of pursuing digital policies that empowers people and businesses to seize a human-centered, responsible, and more prosperous future. In short, when we go back and read the sci-fi novels of the 1960s, where we were imagining flying cars, living at Mars, and having technology propel these amazing imaginary lives, let's make sure that those beliefs, those expectations, those imaginations about what technology could deliver us, that it could create better, more inclusive, more meaningful, more sustainable, in short, better lives, that we do the hard work of getting the global policies right to make sure that it's exactly the type of future we're going into. Thank you so much for the time. I look forward to engaging with all of you.
네 번째 강연 잘 들었습니다. 그럼 네 번째 강연을 해주실 연사분을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 네 번째 강연.
We'll now listen to the presentation by Francois Terrier, AI Program Director of CEA. Dr. Terrier, he is in charge of AI program at CEA, and he got his degree in AI. And currently he's researching the AI program at CEA. Now let us watch his video.
My name is François Terrier. I am director of the Artificial Intelligence Program at the CEA, the French Alternative Energy and Atomic Energy Commission. CEA is a key player in research, development and innovations in four main areas: defense and security, low carbon energies, nuclear and renewable energies, technological research for industry, fundamental research in the physical science and life science. Thanks for inviting me to contribute to the Global Policy Conference for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The subject of the digital transformation driving the fourth industrial revolutions is strongly related to data availability, collections, and exploitations, in particular thanks to the artificial intelligence technologies. It is assumed that business activities based on AI would represent more than 10% of all the activity in the world. That is a very huge amount for a single technological domain and press us to consider seriously digital transformation as a very impacting evolution. Moreover, it is fundamental to underline that AI will allow developing a lot of new applications, services, and products in all public and private domains. AI potential deployments and benefits concern not only cloud-based services as for information, entertainment, or commerce, but also it will impact all the objects, products, and systems of the current life, as house equipment, transportations, health, manufacturing, energy distributions and productions, and all sectors of research and innovations, as medicine, space, climate, agriculture, robotics, green economy. In particular, AI and digital transformation have an important role to enable the development of the virtualization of the world as the so-called metaverse, but also for pragmatical build of operational virtual twins operating directly on industrial products and installation. This strong trend of deploying AI everywhere is seen as changing totally the balance between cloud-centric activity, where a very large majority of the treatment are done on the cloud itself, and local or edge-centric activities, where finally the large majority of the treatment could be performed closer to the data productions or the users, that is at the edge. One interesting point of this change will be a strong reduction of the need to transfer enormous amount of data and easier capability to ensure data privacy, as a large part of them will remain locally where they are produced. However, this means that we have to anticipate and support the transformation between all in the cloud and AI everywhere. To achieve this large deployment of AI and the associated digital transformations, we have to address three critical challenges. The first challenge is the capability to establish trust on AI applications by ensuring its quality, certifying its safety, robustness, reliability, security, and confidentiality. However, it requires also providing arguments to let the user understand how to interact with such digital systems. This includes capability to explain the decision and to ensure its fairness and equity. In particular, when AI behavior could be dependent on both the learning and usage context. This is an essential challenge because failure or biases of AI have been observed several times, and as AI fragility has been formally demonstrated. All of these properties are key elements to establish trust on AI-based systems, and without trust, there is a real risk that digital transformation will be stopped by a reluctance of the users against these new services, applications, and technologies. This risk is effective either for cloud-based AI or for edge AI. The second challenge is on resource consumptions, in particular due to the need AI has on high computational resource requiring a lot of energy. We need to reduce the energy impact of AI as they are an important part of digital applications that have more and more a heavy carbon impact. This is true for both phases, the construction of the AI, the learning phase, and the operational use of them in objects and products of the current life. These later having constrained resource capacity in computing and energy. Indeed, putting AI closer to the usage requires also the capacity to embed high-performance computations with low energy consumption. In addition, this challenge requires also to be able to deal with smaller set of data, either to reduce computation needs in building and exploitation phases, or just to face with the lack of available and representative data for the particular purpose of the application. For example, to detect rare but critical events as earthquake and their possible impact on autonomous vehicles. Finally, the third challenge is to take care of the purpose and the context of use of AI. As AI offers a very rich and new set of capabilities to perform tasks and take decisions autonomously, this asks us the question of keeping human control in the loop and of always ensuring equity, fairness, and transparency of the AI application. These three challenges require fundamental research and technological innovation, and this is why CEA has launched two strategic programs. One on trustworthy AI to develop tool platforms and methods to evaluate, verify, and qualify the safety of AI applications, and the second on embedded AI for developing low consumptions and AI-dedicated technologies. This research has supported at the AI usage level by an internal ethical committee helping the projects to analyze their approach and their impact to the citizen and the society. In all these challenges, trust has been identified by many actors as a possible showstopper of the deployment of AI. It becomes thus mandatory to identify the key properties of trust and requirements to establish trust. In particular, the high-level group of the European Commission underlined that trustworthy AI should be lawful, it means respecting all applicable laws and regulations, ethical, respecting ethical principles and value, and robust, it means both from a technical perspective while taking into account its social environment. From these recommendations, the European Commission published the European visions on its approach for excellence and trust in AI. It underlines the necessity to build a human-centric AI visions where AI system builder remains responsible of the built systems and where human rights must be respected and not subject to automated decisions only. Finally, trust, frugality, and usage are the challenge that requires the definitions of technical standards and regulations that will help the developer to assess the quality of the AI they built and thus give them concrete means to establish trust. We need to define and share a common definition of what are the dimensions and key indicators of trust and on how to measure them, and finally on how to compute the global assessments of trustability of an AI. Similarly, there are important needs of technical standards, for example, to evaluate energy consumptions and carbon impact, or to characterize data sets and pre-learned models in order to allow reuse and share them as much as possible. This is mandatory to accelerate the development of new applications and to avoid the multiplication of redundant and very heavy computing. The regulations define the responsibility of each stakeholder and reduce the risk taken by each of them. They are a key enabler for developing the economy and for a large deployment of new AI applications we don't dream before. Regulations will implement the ethical guidelines established by and for the citizen and governments, avoiding possible rejects of the new technologies based on digital transformation. As the digital transformations operate at the world levels, this is fundamental and urgent that standards, regulations, and ethical guidelines will be supported by a global policy in order to build human-centered society more inclusive and sustainable for a better life for all. Thank you very much for the invitations and the time given for the presentation.
네, 강연 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We will go on to the fifth speaker. Dr. Kate Devitt is a chief scientist at the Trusted Autonomous Systems Cooperative Research Center at Australia. Dr. Devitt has a diverse background in science communication, and she is also a CEO. She was a CEO at a company, and Dr. Kate Devitt was to participate via Zoom. We will connect with Dr. Kate Devitt.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'd like to extend my gratitude to President Moon and the Organising Committee for the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and to Professor Lee for leading this session, and to the other speakers who have spoken before me. I'd like to present today on the Australian perspective on AI governance in security and defence, arguably where some of the greatest risks exist when artificial intelligence is deployed. I'm going to speak about a number of ways that Australia is considering its own unique approach to AI governance, but also the way Australia is considerate of allies and friends and partners across the world to become part of a responsible global community for the implementation of artificial intelligence. I'm also going to talk about Australia's report on human rights and their specific method for an ethical AI in defence and the kinds of pragmatic tools that AI managers can use already in order to ensure that ethical risks and legal risks are identified and managed throughout artificial intelligence projects and their deployment and evaluation. And I'll finally speak a little bit on some of the emerging standards that are existing for ethical AI. Next slide, please. So Australian values. The photographs in my slides come from an Australian lamb campaign. Australians like eating lamb. They enjoy it, and it's part of the culture of Australia if you ever visit, and we hope that you do, wherever you are, whether you're in Korea. Lamb is very good with kimchi. It is delicious. Anyway, Australia wonders, what is it if we're making artificial intelligence that really connects with the kind of people Australia is made up of and the sort of values that we have? And you can see in this pictures that Australians are many different kinds of people. We are all kinds of colours, we come from all different places, and those who find Australia their home do their best to take care of each other and to be considerate wherever we can. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you can see that our Department of Home Affairs has put out a statement of what Australian values are to assist those who might be moving to Australia. And when you're creating an AI system and thinking about, well, what would make it consistent with Australian values, maybe we need to make sure, for example, that an artificial intelligence system would give people a fair go. That means in Australia, we think that we should be thoughtful about what is a fair and just society, for example, and that there's equality of opportunity and the rule of law is really important. So those sort of values we should think about when we're building our AI systems. Next slide, please. We've heard about the OECD ethical AI principles. Australia has published their own AI ethics principles at a national level that has very strong echoes with those OECD principles. And in fact, Australia was a very early adopter of those principles and has adopted them in their recent AI action plan for Australia that was released this year. One principle that maybe is a little bit different than some other considerations is contestability. And in a recent report by the Centre for Security and Emerging Technologies at Georgetown University, they analysed different ethical ideas from different allies of Australia and wondered how in a military context you could have contestability for operators when using AI. So it's a really interesting principle. But we've seen in the civilian sector that the ability to question if an AI algorithm has made a decision, to be able to question, well, on what basis was that decision made on my behalf or on behalf of my group, feels like a really important part of a human right in order to question automated decision making. Next slide, please. On this slide, I'm not going to go into too much detail because our previous speaker talked about the OECD, but that speaker was correct that the OECD is really leading the global push for agreed upon AI ethics principles, and Australia is certainly very concordant with that approach. Next slide, please. Earlier this year, Australia's Human Rights Commissioner actually published a report, and one of the findings of that report when it came to artificial intelligence was a recommendation that human rights impact assessments should be conducted on all artificial intelligence projects, certainly that the government was building in Australia. And the government hasn't responded formally to the recommendations from this human rights report, but it is available for anyone who's listening who's interested in human rights analysis. Certainly, human rights are increasingly part of the global dialogue in trustworthy artificial intelligence, and you can see in some of the agreements, for example, the NATO artificial intelligence guidelines and some agreements between the United States and European countries as well. So rights are becoming increasingly important. So we're ready to lift that sensitivity. Next slide, please. So this is a particular method that Defence Science and Technology Group in Australia has published. I think someone had some microphone on. It has a simple set of 5 facets of ethical AI to consider wherever you have an AI project. And instead of telling you what you should or shouldn't do, it really says, be prepared to answer questions on these 5 facets. So responsibility, who is responsible for AI? Governance, how is AI controlled? Trust, how can AI be trusted? Law, how can it be lawful? And traceable, how are AI's actions recorded? Those 5 facets, we think you should expect to be able to answer questions on your AI project around each of those dimensions. And it is an emerging area, and some of the best practice answers or methods will be changing as you're working on your project. So if you're in development, software development is an iterative process. There will be changes to software based on new data, new frameworks, new ways of validating the work. So the answers to these questions are going to be refined over time, but we think that they provide an excellent framework for any team in order to consider whether their work is going to be ethical. Next slide, please. And here you can see a quote from a recent report regarding this method. And it's really saying that while not a formally adopted view of the Australian government, the method is the clearest articulation of ethical AI for defence among Indo-Pacific allies, as well as one of the most concrete practices that US allies have created. So it's just a nice review of the method for ethical AI in defence. It's very pragmatic. So I'm going to move on to some of that now. Next slide, please. So one of the first pragmatic tools that we think is very assistive in defence AI projects and also in civilian society is the Data Ethics Canvas by the Open Data Institute. We think any AI project is going to be as successful as the data used in order to create it. And rather than us creating from scratch, we look to the best tools available internationally. This canvas we've used in projects in Australia, and we find it's really good for different stakeholders to have a conversation around where are you collecting your data, who's going to be affected by the use of this data in an artificial intelligence project, who has rights over the data, what kind of obligations do you have in creating an artificial intelligence using data, and other questions. This is freely available on the web with attribution. Wherever possible, we think that open access and freely available tools will do the most good for global society and provide the sort of transparency and explainability of artificial intelligence methods to the international community. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through this full table, but I think on the slides can be assistive. So feel free to have these slides after this presentation. This is an AI ethics checklist. So this actually helps those who are working on AI projects make sure they are thinking about the different factors that are going to influence the success of their project. And what you need to do is, first of all, understand the context in which your AI system is going to be deployed. Because in a defense context, an artificial intelligence in say a logistics purpose or a human resource framework will have different risks, ethical risks associated with it, than those that might be used for sustaining the force or for force application. So different contexts of deployment changes the ethical risks that you need to think about. You need to understand the kinds of decisions that an AI is going to help you with. So is the AI going to make a decision? Is it going to recommend an action? Is it going to be a decision under risk? Is it going to be a decision made by multiple agents, multiple people, or is it made once by one person at one time? And different types of decisions, and there's a whole discipline in decision sciences that goes through decisions. In order to map out the kind of trustworthiness of an AI, you need to understand the kind of decision making it is expected to undertake, and then it's able to be evaluated. You need to understand, how your AI is going to integrate with humans and how you prevent misuse of that AI system. You need to explain what frameworks you're going to use on your project. So while we have been using some of our own frameworks, because it's a fast-moving area, the obligation of the project is to identify which frameworks they're going to adopt and why they're pertinent to this project. Because there are some projects where privacy of data and AI is really, really important, and there's other projects with other factors may be more important, such as fairness or bias. Really depends on the kinds of artificial intelligence and how they're deployed. So tell us what frameworks you're going to submit to, and then make sure that your project is abiding by the standards of those frameworks. And then as we move down, you also need to think about the subject matter experts that your project might require. So any artificial intelligence team is likely to have some kinds of expertise in them and may have gaps in the team. Maybe you can't afford to bring in experts as staff in some areas of your project, in which case you need to invite those experts to make up the difference in workshopping in order to manage ethical risks throughout your project. And you also need to make sure that you do the right assurance of the algorithms you're developing. So verification and validation, test and evaluation is really important in order to assure your artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. Next slide. This is an AI ethics risk matrix. So if you're running an AI project, you need to identify the risks and then assign human beings to mitigating those risks throughout the course of the project. This provides an accountability framework and operates quite similarly to a normal risk register for a project, but the risks are specifically around ethics, and it's where you identify what principle or facet of ethics that you're considering, and then a pragmatic way you're going to seek to reduce that risk to the adoption of your artificial intelligence. Next slide. And finally, we also have a much more comprehensive legal and ethical assurance program plan, or a LEAP, which enables those who are producing high risk items for defence purposes to have a systematic consideration of those risks and the mitigation plan. Next slide. So in this slide, it's identifying some of the factors that you would go through in Australia for an Article 36 review of any new means or methods of warfare. So in order to evaluate, you need to think, well, what are the normal or expected uses of the technology? We need to anticipate the operating environment and operational context. What are the hardware, software, system type and design? What's the human-machine integration? What are the autonomous functions, the data sources and requirements? Next slide. And what you would expect to find in a LEAP would be, one, a description of AI decisions, planning and executive, a description of relevant rules and principles, direct and indirect, and their application to capabilities, normal or expected use. 3, environmental operational factors relevant to AI functions and risk. 4, ethical and legal risk identification method and frameworks. 5, test, evaluation and validation methods and processes. 6, risk identification and mitigation report format. 7, a stakeholder engagement plan. And 8, an ongoing risk analysis assurance governance plan. Next slide. So one thing that's very exciting in 2021 is that the IEEE has actually released a set of standards for addressing ethical concerns during system design, as well as a proposed standard on transparency and an ontological standard for ethically driven robotics and automation. These standards will provide a team with very clear guidelines on how to abide by the emerging global consensus on how we create ethical AI. Next slide. So to wrap up, when you want to reduce ethical risks of, that says RAS AI, that means robotics, autonomous systems, and artificial intelligence, it's quite simple. Describe the decisions the RAS AI helps with, create scenarios with ethical risk, employ subject matter experts, engage stakeholders, and test and evaluate in scenarios with ethical risk. Because if you do all of these things, then you have an accountability for the technology you're developing, and you're more likely to have it adopted for the specific use case you intend. Final slide. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. Please get in contact if you'd like any more information about what we do at Trusted Autonomous Systems. We're more than happy to help, and there's resources on our website. Thank you so much.
네, 이것으로서 5분의 그 강연을 모두
So far, we have heard 5 presentations. All the 5 presentations were very interesting. The first presentation was about digital innovation and sustainable, inclusive economic growth. And the first presenter talked about the 3 strategies that Microsoft is practicing. And the second speaker was from OECD. And he talked about the OECD.ai and also some new programs that OECD carries out. And then the 4th presentation was, it was by a French speaker, and he talked about the trustworthy AI. And then the fifth speaker was from Australia. And she talked about the ethical issues and how to deal with them, how we regulate and control them. So we have had very illuminating, diverse presentations for various topics. Now, for about 10 to 15 minutes, we are going to have panel discussion. We have two panelists for the discussion. Let me introduce each of the panelists. The first panelist is Professor Oh Hae-yeon of KAIST. In 2008, she received the doctorate degree in MIT, and then she served as a professor in KAIST since then. So the mechanical engineering and also the computer and IT engineering department. And she's one of the renowned figure in AI in Korea. So please give her a round of applause. Next panelist is Dr. Bae-sun Min, Senior Vice President of AI2XL, Institute of Convergence Technology Group, KT. And she got her degree in MIT in computer science. And then she worked in the Samsung Techin as well as Naver as an AI leader. And currently she is working in the AI2XL Institute of Convergence Technology in KT Corporation. So, Professor Bae. Now we are going to begin the discussion, and I would like to ask some questions to the panelists. The first question will go to Professor Oh. Last year, in year 2020, for the first time in the world, GPAI or GPAI was established, Global Partnership on AI, and currently Professor Oh Hae-yeon is a Korean representative of GPAI. In order to promote human-centered AI policies, what kind of cooperation should the international community have? For about an hour, we have heard 5 presentations. And I believe that all the 5 speakers emphasized the need for human-centered AI and international cooperation, and they actually gave us a lot of ideas on how to engage in international exchanges. I would like to briefly talk about the GPAI and what kind of activities we have done for the past 18 months. So the objective of GPAI is to foster international cooperation. It's clearly stated in the GPAI website. And also the OECD speaker said that the OECD serves as secretariat of GPAI. And in fact, the GPAI was launched under the leadership of France and Canada, and 25 countries joined out of the 15 countries, and Korea is one of the founding members. And this year, it got expanded to include 25 countries as members. So the objective of this organization is to foster global cooperation. For what? That's AI. To conduct proper research on AI so that AI can be beneficial to our society. However, this is not an easy task at all. So how and what kind of activity GPAI is engaged in? They set and establish some concrete projects. So at GPAI, we have people from academia, industry, government. So we have diverse groups of people participating in GPAI with different expertise. And we have 5 working groups. And I am in charge of the responsible AI and pandemic AI. And for more than a year, we have conducted a lot of meetings and conferences, and we were able to meet a lot of experts. So for one single topic, we have experts in social studies, AI, technology, and so on. And all of these experts with different expertise came together and create a report. So because I took part in the pandemic response group, what I did was that we wrote a report on drug discovery, and so it's not really about AI, rather how to apply AI into drug discovery and what kind of policies have to be in place to support that. So drug discovery is a very complicated and fundamental process that decipher the protein structures, and also it requires a lot of complicated chemistry process for the composition and synthesis. And when actual new drugs are developed, then clinical trials have to be conducted. So you can see that drug discovery does have a long continuum of different processes, and it's pretty time consuming and also cost intense, capital intensive. And that's why the pharmaceutical companies, they try to target lucrative substances only. For example, like antibiotics and the TB drugs, these are something that pharmaceuticals are not willing to develop because they are not profitable. However, these are the drugs that are critically required by many developing countries, and utilizing AI, we can reduce time and cost for drug discovery. That was what we expected. So for example, like if DeepMind is applied to the drug discovery process, then a lot of scholars said that it will cut down the time and also cost. Then in actuality, how academic researches can be translated into actual technologies that are applicable to pharmaceutical industry. And for this, data is important. We have to clarify data ownership and also extent of this data disclosure. So there are a lot of complicated issues that we have to resolve. And when it comes to medical data and patient data that are needed for new drug development, then these data are much more sensitive, and therefore we have to handle much more complicated issues. So responding to Dr. Lee's question, Canadian Prime Minister once said that because Canada and France do have the leadership in GPA, so in 2020, during the Montreal summit, this is what the Prime Minister of Canada said. So he talked about positive change, and it doesn't happen by itself. We have to choose it. In other words, if we want to utilize AI for benefit in the right way, we have to make decision and we have to make choice. Let's say that if you want to use AI for drug discovery, then and also with open science approach, then we have to make that decision and the government should support that. But let's say that if only the US government or Canadian government support, then things will not be realized. So countries around the world and governments around the world should cooperate and proceed in the same direction. And for this, the AI experts, legal experts, bio experts, and government administration experts, all of them came together, spent a lot of time discussing and sharing what kind of practices they had in order to devise specific action items.
좋은 의견 감사드립니다.
Thank you for your opinions. We will go on to the next question, and this question is for Sumin Pei. So humans are pursuing their interest, and I think that we need to preserve humanity despite such greed. And how can we create a human-centered AI era? And we need to. We would like to hear from Ms. Bae about ways to make AI work for the positive. So, first of all, I would like to say that AI technology has developed, and there's a lot of expectance on AI, that we're having this conference about living with AI. And as a researcher, I'm very pleased to see this. And we need responsibility and privileges, and there is freedom, but responsibility goes with that freedom. And it's the same with AI. So AI, when it is applied in various systems, we have to anticipate how the AI will behave. And afterwards, we also have to be able to explain why AI behaved in such a way. If we are able to do so, it will lead to less fear about accepting AI. And Korea, we have a great portfolio on the contents and manufacturing. So we have a lot of good industries, and we heard from many presenters that Korea is an IT powerhouse and an AI powerhouse in which many countries want to collaborate with. But in the AI Global Index, we were ranked 5th. And in that index, it was mentioned that there are some issues, and that is the operation environment. We are ranked at 52nd in the operation environment, because for the other items we were ranked 2nd or 6th. We were on the top 10, and that was because of regulation, and it was also related to social awareness. And when you think about regulation, first of all, we can think of data, and President Moon Yong-sik also mentioned this. We cannot bring on board foreign experts or foreign talent because of a lot of regulations, and you have to ensure employment. And if it's applied in the same way to overseas talents, then it will be a burden for the companies to hire such foreign talent. And the reason why we need foreign talent is because we do not have a sufficient supply of AI experts and talent. And so this itself is quite worrisome. And right now, many young people are looking for jobs and they can't find jobs. Yet companies cannot find specialists and experts in this area. So companies are trying to poach experts and talent from one another's companies. So it's really unfortunate that the graduates that we are training in universities do not line up with the needs and capabilities that are required in businesses. So there are many limitations in our institutions and our regulations. And we would like to create some flexibility in trying to be flexible within the regulatory framework. So really, we need to try to increase the capabilities of our AI experts. And they also say that Korea's digital literacy is quite low. Elementary school students, for 6 years, they learn 17 hours of digital literacy, and middle school students learn digital literacy for 34 hours in the total middle school. But you would just learn one for a subject in a week or in a month through those hours. And so if you look at our society and its position, there's room for growth, but there are bottlenecks. So we need to release these bottlenecks. If we release these bottlenecks, we can unleash our potential, and this will lead to explosive development. So I was asked about a human face to AI, and yet I went all the way here. Well, anyway, we need AI to be responsible, and we need AI to lead to a virtuous cycle. Thank you for your opinion and thank you for keeping to the time.
오후 두 번째
In the second afternoon session, we were able to see strong interest in AI and also how important it is to have policy approaches for trustworthy, transparent AI. So at this science and technology session, we have dealt with a lot of meaningful issues, and I believe that this will pave the way for further joint researches and policy recommendations. Once again, thank you very much for taking your time to be part of this event, and I would like to thank the panelists and audiences. Thank you very much. And this will conclude the Science and Technology session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Lee and the panelists, Professor Wu and Vice President Tae. We are going to have a short break and we will resume at 4:45 for the final session.
네, 코로나19로 인해 바뀐 일상은 우리 모두의
COVID has changed our reality, and this was a challenge to us. But I don't think that it is over for us to respond to infectious diseases. AI is developing, and the future challenges are not an issue of an individual country. We will discuss in the social innovation session future technologies that will save the earth, how to deal with the climate crisis and infectious diseases. Let's take a look at a short video clip introducing our session.
네, 그럼
Thank you very much. We will now begin the social innovation session. We have with us President of the National Assembly Futures Institute, Hyun-gon Kim. I will pass over the microphone to President Kim. Hello, everyone. I am Hyun-gon Kim, President of the National Assembly Futures Institute. Today, we have Ambassador of Sweden, Daniel Volvin, and so I will be speaking in Korean and English.
Of the conference. My name is Hyun-gon Kim. I'm the president of the National Assembly Futures Institute of Korea. People around the world are suffering from COVID-19 and climate disasters. So in this social innovation session, we are trying to talk about how to deal with the climate crisis and pandemic diseases, including future technologies that will save the earth. To share global experiences, Vanguard projects, and useful insights in this area, we have invited 3 distinguished speakers around the globe and 3 outstanding discussants. Let me introduce the first speaker, David Rolnick. David Rolnick is a professor at McGill University of Canada. He's also a co-founder and chair of Climate Change AI and serves as scientific co-director of sustainability in the digital age. Please let him start.
Be here with you virtually. I'll be talking about how AI can play a role in addressing one of the greatest problems humanity has ever faced, climate change. I'll discuss opportunities for AI in this space, broader considerations and challenges, and policy recommendations for enabling the impactful and responsible use of AI to help tackle climate change. Let's start out with a brief overview of how AI and machine learning are relevant to climate action. I and a large team of experts across many fields wrote a report detailing key opportunities and leverage points for AI, both in climate change mitigation, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and adaptation, responding to the effects of climate change. I'll summarize some of the takeaways here, but if you're interested in more details, I do encourage you to check out the full report, or if you prefer a shorter version instead of the full 100 pages, we have interactive summaries of the report available online, which you can search through by application area or by subfield of AI. There are opportunities for AI to help advance climate action across many sectors, from electricity systems to transportation, land use, and disaster response. Across all of these, there are 4 key roles that AI can play. First, AI can distill large amounts of raw data into actionable information, often by scaling up labels that humans could provide more laboriously. For example, AI can analyze satellite imagery in order to pinpoint deforestation, or can update coastal elevation maps to identify communities at risk from sea level rise. These are examples of computer vision. Or it can filter large databases of corporate financial disclosures to find climate relevant information, an example of natural language processing. Second, AI can improve predictions by learning from past data to predict what will happen in the future, time series analysis. For example, AI can provide forecasts of electricity demand to help balance power grids, or it can predict the supply of electricity when it comes from renewable sources, like solar and wind, that can change from minute to minute. AI is also being used to predict agricultural yield as extreme weather threatens food security. Third, AI methods can optimize a complex system with many variables that can be controlled simultaneously. For example, AI algorithms can be used to reduce the energy needed to heat and cool a building, or can optimize freight transportation schedules to reduce inefficiency or increase robustness. Finally, AI can accelerate scientific modeling and discovery, often by blending known physical laws with approximations learned from data. For example, AI can speed up the discovery of new materials for batteries or catalysts by learning from past experiments and suggesting promising candidate materials to try out in new experiments. AI can also quickly approximate physics simulations used in climate modeling or in energy-efficient building design, which can otherwise be extremely slow to run. All 4 of these functions for AI, distilling data, improving predictions, optimizing complex systems, and accelerating modeling and discovery, cut across sectors. And it's worth noting that all of these example applications I've given are already being developed or deployed. Now, what are the AI technologies at play here? We've already seen methodologies from computer vision, natural language processing, and reinforcement learning, among others. It's worth noting that in addition to the value AI can provide in climate action, climate-relevant problems can in turn be valuable in motivating fundamental innovations in AI. These settings can be extremely valuable use cases in cutting-edge areas of AI like hybrid physical models, which integrate domain-specific constraints with the ability to learn from data. Transfer and meta-learning, which are valuable in translating insights from a data-rich setting to one with less data available. Interpretable and causal machine learning, where explanations or causal linkages are provided by the algorithm. And uncertainty quantification, where predictions come with estimates of confidence. All of these areas of AI are extremely important in climate-relevant problems, but are also valuable outside of the climate context. Importantly, in all of these applications that we've discussed, the role of AI is to support existing work in climate action. AI is not a silver bullet. It's only one of the many tools we need in climate action, and it's not applicable everywhere. It should never replace or distract from other actions needed to fight climate change. Some of the most impactful and interesting applications aren't flashy. For instance, detecting failures in railroad systems doesn't receive as much press as self-driving cars, but from a climate perspective, it's probably more beneficial. It's also worth noting that while cutting-edge AI can be useful in some cases, in other cases, simpler methods from AI or data science may be enough. One shouldn't leap to using the fanciest technology when a simpler tool will do the job. In addition, AI will optimize for the objective that is given, and it isn't a replacement for framing the problem carefully. In fact, it's very easy to use AI to get the wrong answer fast if you've asked it the wrong question. In order to avoid pitfalls, it's essential to develop partnerships between AI experts and the stakeholders who will be using the AI and who understand the problem it's being applied to. This is important to make sure that the algorithm is solving the right problem and that it incorporates domain-specific knowledge. It's also essential to consider the pathway to impact and plan ahead to make sure that any deployment considerations are built into the design right from the start. Equity considerations are also fundamentally important in AI for climate, including who is building solutions, what problems are prioritized, and how these problems are worked on. Empowering a diverse and global set of stakeholders is essential to ensure that technologies are owned by the people affected by them, rather than reinforcing existing power imbalances across countries and institutions. Related to the question of who is the question of what is being worked on, since problem priorities often reflect existing inequities within AI and technology. For instance, AI to fight wildfires, which is a key problem in North America, Europe, and Australia, tends to receive more attention and funding than AI to fight locusts, which affect East Africa, the Middle East, and India, even though both problems are extremely important and are exacerbated by climate change. And how problems are worked on is also important. Data imbalances between regions or between communities within a region can mean AI solutions are only applicable to a subset of the population, or that algorithms are most effective within data-rich areas. Ideally, AI for climate will serve to improve equity, but this takes active work, both at the policy level and at the level of project design and management. Finally, the impacts of AI depend on how we use it, and some applications of AI are definitely making climate change worse. For example, AI-based recommender systems used in advertising are designed to increase consumption. AI is also being used extensively to accelerate the discovery and extraction of fossil fuels. I'm now going to turn to a report that we recently released for the Global Partnership on AI, GPAI, a coalition of countries, of which Korea is a founding member, working to support AI-related priorities and foster international cooperation. In this report, we provide detailed recommendations for actions that governments can take to foster the impactful and responsible use of AI in the context of climate change. These include recommendations in the areas of data and digital infrastructure, research and innovation funding, and deployment and systems integration. We also discuss the ways in which AI can have negative impacts on the climate through its applications as well as via computation and hardware, and what we can do about it. Cutting across these areas is the need to adopt a responsible AI lens, build capacity among many players in society, set up frameworks for impact assessment, and foster international collaboration. We make 48 concrete policy recommendations in this report, illustrated with case studies from the private and public sectors. I'll provide some highlights. First, in many climate-relevant problems, there's an urgent need for data. Data may be siloed in private entities without the existence of data sharing structures, even when data sharing could be to the benefit of all stakeholders. Data may also be scattered across multiple sources and structured inconsistently without standards to enable interoperability. We recommend the creation of data task forces in climate-relevant sectors to identify priorities and work with industry and researchers to develop healthy data ecosystems that enable beneficial work while preserving IP and privacy. Funding for research and innovation in AI for climate can often fall between the cracks. AI funding is often focused on novel methodologies that improve performance on standardized benchmark datasets. These kinds of pure innovations are important, but they should be complemented by impact-driven funding opportunities that enable projects in AI that help society in mitigating or adapting to climate change, with success here being measured by how useful the algorithms are in practice. To be impactful, innovations in AI for climate have to make their way from development to deployment at scale. This requires collaboration between researchers and practitioners in the relevant sectors, and an incorporation of relevant deployment considerations. For example, stakeholders such as electrical grid operators may need guarantees of robustness and safety before using any new technology, given the critical nature of grid infrastructure and how serious any failures would be. We recommend the development of cross-sectoral innovation centers, bringing stakeholders together to partner in addressing challenges and incubating solutions. Often private and public sector entities don't have the expertise in AI and digital technologies necessary to understand where AI is and is not relevant, or how best to deploy it. This can lead either to failures to use technologies when they could be helpful, or conversely, to techno-solutionism and over-optimism about what AI can and should do. For both these reasons, it's important to build capacity and literacy in AI. We recommend both upskilling programs, training people already in the relevant organizations, and secondment programs where AI experts are embedded within these organizations to strengthen communication and cross-sector expertise. All of the applications of AI that we've considered here require care and development and
deployment with respect to considerations such as fairness and accountability, best practices should be established across relevant sectors. Participatory design is also crucial to ensure that new technologies are shaped and owned by the communities they're meant to benefit. Finally, we encourage policymakers to consider the potential positive and negative climate impacts in shaping the development of a new technology, for example, by incorporating climate considerations into the framing of high-risk use cases. Often, initial choices and incentives have the potential to greatly change the impact of a new technology. For example, designing autonomous vehicles with a focus on personal cars will make driving easier, people may drive more, and global carbon emissions may increase. On the other hand, incentivizing self-driving technology focused on vehicle sharing and public transportation could help decrease carbon emissions. The effects of a new technology are not predetermined, they are up to us, and both implicit and explicit choices are meaningful. Both of these reports, Tackling Climate Change with Machine Learning and the Global Partnership on AI, Climate Change and AI report, were projects involving Climate Change AI, an organization of which I'm a co-founder and chair alongside Priya Donti of Carnegie Mellon University in the US and Lynn Koch of the Hertie School in Germany. Climate Change AI is an international nonprofit focused on catalyzing impactful work at the intersection of climate change and AI. We offer opportunities for partnership and collaboration across a network of thousands of experts worldwide, spanning research, industry, and policy. We provide advice to stakeholders in the public and private sectors and produce reports and other informational content. We provide resources such as grants programs, courses, and discussion platforms. And we run knowledge-sharing events, drawing thousands of attendees from across the world, for example, at the AI conferences, NeurIPS, ICML, and iClear, via TEDx, and at the UN Climate Change Conference, the COP. If you're interested in learning more about this space, I encourage you to check out the additional resources at Climate Change AI. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, David Ronick. Though he's not here with us today, he suggested how to tackle climate change with AI, and he also introduced useful guidelines and recommendations on how to use AI properly and responsibly. Thanks a lot to him. Now we move to the next speaker, Kamran Khan. Kamran Khan is a professor of medicine and public health at the University of Toronto. He's also the founder and the CEO of Blue Dot, the famous company who showed first in the world how AI could predict the coronavirus outbreak just on 31st December 2019. Please welcome Kamran Khan.
Greetings from Toronto in Canada. My name is Dr. Cameron Khan. I'm an infectious disease physician, a professor at the University of Toronto, and the founder and CEO of Blue Dot. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be a part of this really important conference. It's a real honor to be here. Today I'm going to be speaking about spreading knowledge faster than epidemics. Now, the problem that the world is in the midst of, and I think we all fully appreciate this now with COVID, and the problem that Blue Dot has been tackling is the fact that there are an increasing number of outbreaks that are appearing in the world, certainly in the last few decades, and these outbreaks are becoming increasingly disruptive. Now, the challenge is that our ability as a global community to detect and assess and respond to these types of threats, it is not ideal. We are not moving as quickly and effectively as possible, and it's costing us dearly in health and economic and social impacts. Now, at Blue Dot, this has been really core to the entire reason I founded the company. In fact, as a clinician in 2003, I was in the middle of the SARS outbreak here in Toronto, and it really inspired me to dedicate my professional life to building a global epidemic intelligence platform. Now, I've really always believed that we have the ability and the raw materials to be able to spread knowledge around the world faster than any outbreak. We have growing access to diverse global data. We have advanced analytical tools like machine learning to make sense of those data. And we have scalable digital technologies like cloud infrastructure that can allow us to wield massive amounts of data to generate meaningful insights. Now, at Blue Dot, the work that we've been doing really falls into three pillars. The first pillar is around detection of threats. Today, unfortunately, our ability to surveil outbreaks, it's a very fragmented system. So we don't necessarily have a single source of truth in terms of where threats are appearing around the world. We've been utilizing machine learning and natural language understanding to be able to train an engine, to be able to look through hundreds of thousands of different sources, pick up early clues or early signals that there may be an outbreak occurring in some part of the world. We're doing this currently in 95 different languages and picking up early signals of outbreaks involving over 150 different diseases and syndromes. The second pillar of our work is really focused on timely threat assessments. Outbreaks appear around the world all the time. They don't all turn into pandemics or cause disruption. Today, unfortunately, the way that we do this is it's a very manual process where we have a bunch of epidemiologists and data scientists and infectious disease experts that do this modeling. But it's manual and it's slow. And we have been working hard using engineering and machine learning to automate these processes so we can move more quickly from detection to a better understanding of whether this threat is likely to spread locally or globally and where it's likely to cause disruption. And the third pillar is ultimately about delivering these insights, actionable insights to audiences around the world. And we've been doing this using data services or APIs as well as software. Now, as you can see, when there is a threat, we have to be able to move from detect to assess to respond quickly because as we all know, certainly right now as we're looking at the Omicron threat, is that these types of threats can spread very, very quickly around the world, and we've got to move even faster. Now, I just wanted to share a little bit going back historically to how did our technology and how did this platform actually work over the course of this pandemic, just to give you a sense of what's possible. Back in late December of 2019, the surveillance engine that we have built was actually picking up early signals of an unusual cluster of pneumonia cases back in Wuhan in late December of 2019. Today, we are processing information in 95 different languages. And this was flagged to our attention, which our analysts then looked at and generated a threat report, which we then sent out to all of our various clients and customers around the world back on the morning of December 31st. To let them know that there was an unusual and somewhat worrisome threat appearing in this part of China. Now, I did want to highlight that we're moving beyond threat detection. This map here is showing us how populations are moving locally on the ground using things like road networks, mobile phone data, border data, and other diverse data sources. The blue pin you see is actually the location of the market in Wuhan where COVID was first identified, and the circles are nearby commercial airports. Here we're using data analytics to understand how populations are moving on the ground and which airports they're most likely to be traveling to. Now, going a step further, that system is now talking to data on the movements of populations around the planet across vast distances through commercial air travel. This image here, which was actually generated by our platform back on December 31st, is looking at the movements of people from the area around Wuhan to the rest of the planet. And this is actually generated, as I mentioned, in just a couple of seconds. The lines you see reflect the commercial flights going into various cities, nonstop flights around the world. The circles represent the final destinations of travelers based on their flight itineraries and tickets that they are going in the world. You see a lot of people traveling from Wuhan to other parts of East Asia, but you'll also see these long distance arcs into places like New York City, which, as you may recall, was the epicenter of the COVID pandemic in North America, and even over into San Francisco, which, by the way, the first known death from COVID in North America was in Santa Clara County, just outside of San Francisco. So these types of analytics can give us foresight quickly as to where a threat is likely to spread locally and globally. Now, as populations started moving around the world and as we came to recognize that COVID was a very serious threat, we started asking travelers to quarantine after they arrived. This is all prior to vaccination. And here we were using mobile phone data to actually understand whether or not travelers crossing the border, in this case into Canada, were actually adhering to the quarantine. Now, these are all anonymized data, I do want to highlight. We're just looking at whether mobile phones stay at home in their home location, which we defined as where they are in the middle of the night, between midnight and 6 a.m. And this was really a way that we could help inform smart government public health policy around whether, where and how we should be enforcing quarantine for travelers who had come from another country. And here is an example of how these types of data were actually used not just to look at the compliance with quarantine, but actually to map out block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood, where those devices were going when they were leaving their home. So here we are looking at Los Angeles. This is during the first stay-at-home order that the state of California issued when COVID first started to gain some momentum in the state. What we're looking at here is hour over hour, these circles are showing us when devices are leaving their home location, again, the location where they are residing in the middle of the night, and where they're appearing throughout the day. The blue circles are telling us that the numbers of people going to these locations is decreasing. The red circles are telling us the numbers are increasing. And what we were able to glean from these types of data analytics was that places like certain supermarkets or parks or other areas were actually having greater number of congregations. And this was very important for the public health community to be able to understand where they should be directing their finite resources to make sure that they were mitigating the risk of spread of COVID-19. And I do want to highlight another example that's not about COVID, because COVID is a respiratory disease where one person can move into a new country and start to spread it locally. But there are many other diseases that have far more complex life cycles. So here I want to take us back for a moment to the Zika epidemic in 2016. And what this analysis is showing is we're not only using data on travel, we're actually looking at the ecology of Zika virus. So here, the orange areas are telling us these are areas where Zika virus is optimally suited for spread because the mosquito vector, Aedes aegypti, is present there. The climate conditions are suitable for local spread. And these circles are showing us the movements of travelers out of Brazil, which is where Zika virus first started to spread quite rapidly, to other parts of North America. Now, what you'll see here is these large circles over the state of Florida are showing us that there's a lot of potential for Zika virus to be introduced into Miami through travelers. The mosquito is present. The climate conditions are optimal for an outbreak. And we actually published this work in the scientific journal, The Lancet, back in January of 2016. And in fact, that was 6 months before the outbreak started to appear. And in fact, some phylogenetic analysis of the virus's genome proved that these introductions were actually coming from parts of Latin America. And so this is really just an example of how a diverse set of data, global data on outbreaks that we're detecting, global diverse data on drivers of outbreaks, from mobile phone data to commercial air travel data to climatic data to other scientific data on mosquito populations, demographics, and so forth, can really help us generate very, very meaningful and powerful insights that can help protect society against these disruptive outbreaks. Now, I just wanted to share our vision at Blue Dot is to create an integrated whole of society ecosystem that's based on this type of intelligence. Today, we have been very fortunate to be working with government agencies, public health agencies around the world, departments of national defense that are looking to protect their military and armed forces from being impacted by outbreaks wherever they may be deployed in the world, national security and intelligence organizations that are looking at ways to mitigate the impacts not only from naturally occurring outbreaks, but from deliberate acts of terrorism, which is unfortunately a growing risk in the world. We also see that there's an incredible opportunity to build resilience in the world by engaging with private sector organizations. And we've had the opportunity to do this with multiple different branches and segments of the private sector in travel, in tourism, consumer packaged goods, the pharmaceutical sector. But we really believe that by empowering a larger number of audiences, both in the public and private sector, we can really democratize this type of intelligence that helps protect people's lives and livelihoods around the world. And ultimately, the future where we're going is to ultimately bring this type of intelligence to the healthcare sector as well. This is where I practice and where I still see patients. We know that healthcare providers don't have line of sight to the kinds of threats that are appearing around the world, but their patients are coming from all over the world in today's, very, very connected planet. And finally, looking at ways that we can be empowering citizens themselves to better protect themselves wherever they are in the world, wherever they are going in the world, for their own benefit, for the benefit of their family, but also for their country and for the global community as a whole. So this is a really, an exciting opportunity for us to start to think about how do we build resilience in a world that is experiencing a growing number of disruptive outbreaks. These are formidable challenges, but this is a real opportunity. And so I'm going to conclude here and say that we're all, looking at this problem as government agencies, as academic institutions, as private sector organizations from a slightly different perspective. But ultimately, what we can all agree upon is that we want to create a safer, more resilient and more secure world. And we feel strongly that we can do this through better intelligence. So thank you very much for having me at this conference.
Thank you, Kamnan Khan. He introduced how Blue Dot's global epidemic intelligence platform works, and he suggested his great vision of an integrated whole of society intelligence ecosystem. I hope his vision would come true very soon. Now we move to the next speaker, Luc Sote. Maybe he will be online at present. Luc Sote is honorary professor at Maastricht University of the Netherlands. He has been a member of the Dutch Advisory Council for Science, Technology and Innovation for more than 10 years. Please welcome Professor Luc Sote with big applause.
Well, thank you very much for having invited me, and I'm delighted to be able to be here with you online, not physically, of course, which is extremely unfortunate, but nevertheless to be here live online with all of you. Next slide, please. I would like to briefly discuss some of the issues which underlie the issue about the digital transformation challenge all countries are being confronted with within the framework, of course, of the current climate crisis, the current COVID crisis, which we just heard so well explained to us by the two previous speakers. I think that from this perspective, we should really look at the way in which these new technologies and the way they impact us are possibly different from the way we traditionally look at these transformation of these major technologies impacting society. And just to put it as more as a provocation, I would like to refer to the fact that these new technologies, and it is interesting to hear exactly the previous speaker, Kamran Khan, to talk about primarily not about industry, to talk about data, to talk about various aspects of analytical data, which was used in terms of predicting to some extent the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as other diseases, as he explained so well. And similarly, we heard David Rolnick just before, he also referred in great detail about his initiative, of course, which was the climate change AI. And hence the issue is whether to what extent the current focus we have on the artificial intelligence and the digital transformation challenge still fit the perspective of the fourth industrial revolution. As a provocation, next slide, please. I refer here to some work done by the European Commission and by the group of experts, which Andrea Renda, in particular, an Italian colleague of mine, put forward, which is that basically we are dealing with a very different scope, which is namely the fifth, not industrial revolution, but Industry 5 as he put it. And what is different from Industry 5, and you could detect this already in some of the previous presentations, is that the issue is no longer just to focus on the enhanced efficiency through digital connectivity and artificial intelligence, and that the focus will not be so much technology-centered, then really put all the emphasis on the way these new technologies, artificial intelligence and the digital transformation, can lead you to a new framework of sustainability and competitiveness, what is being called competitive sustainability, so to say. From this perspective, of course, there is the human-centered approach, which we heard this morning already, or for you, sorry, this afternoon, rather from Kate David from the Australian side, the chief scientist approach, but also from the two previous speakers. You saw very clearly that this human-centered, focusing on the mobility of people, as was explained so well in Mr. Kahn's presentation just a minute ago. But this human-centered combined with the aim of the artificial intelligence, as explained by the previous speaker, David Rolnick, is really what is at the core of this notion of Industry 5.0. And this is, I think, will be an interesting challenge, particularly for my Korean colleagues here, is to see, can we detect within the Industrial 4th Revolution approaches which move us to a much more direction in which we would like these artificial intelligence and digital transformation to move, namely the move of addressing both the climate crisis as well as these other pandemic crises, which were explained just a minute ago. Next slide, please. So we come then, as soon as we address this issue, we come very much in the issue in the framework of whether, and as was well explained and has been at the core of the whole session here this afternoon, can artificial intelligence be trustworthy? And I won't elaborate too much on this issue, given, of course, the previous speakers already, but to some extent, the question can continuously be raised whether trustworthy artificial intelligence, is it an oxymoron? Is it something which is indeed complementary? If you look at both the climate crisis and the current COVID-19 crisis, you see that these are, to some extent, what has been called and what I've written about in a recent paper are to some extent syndemic crises. They are crises which encroach, so to say, on existing differences, or existing inequalities, existing impossibilities of having access to information. And you see that the first response, and you saw this very much within the case of the COVID crisis, has been that national policymakers took on a much more important role. We all know that both with respect to the climate crisis as well as with respect to COVID-19, we deal with global challenges, but you clearly could see that whereas the scientists would collaborate at the global world level, the national health policymakers would very much focus on their own national health policy framework. So the return of nationalism in the sense of focusing first and foremost on the people of which policymakers are responsible for, or to which they have to address their policies, is taking back very strong importance. And this raises, of course, the extent to which, if we apply this to artificial intelligence and digital transformation, to what extent we will not enter a world whereby we find that the national differences in countries will be actually enhanced, and that we might well end up with very different artificial intelligence information societies, each dependent on the way on the which hand the new technologies are being embodied within the culture and the social part of societies. And look at the Korean case where, of course, artificial intelligence has been very well acclaimed or very well integrated within society, going back a long time towards the role of information communication technologies, the way artificial intelligence is introduced in terms of its own culture, in terms of the major contributions of Korean artists, etc., at the world level, both in music, in various other expressions of creativity, in arts, etc. And on the other hand, as I put it here in this slide, the difference in which within different cultures, the trade-offs between a number of central issues are being addressed. And you could see that this is very different between countries. We here in the European case, we deal very much with privacy protection, public versus private data access and ownership, the regulatory boundaries when data go beyond consumer or customer data, the data which Kamran Khan just presented about mobility, for instance, is a very interesting area whereby you may wonder to what extent that data can indeed be used in a trustworthy way. And similarly, of course, data as soon as you enter with respect to data about patients. So where are the boundaries each time of these trade-offs which exist within policymaking? Next slide, please. So this raises some major issues, and I think it might be good, just as a brief intermezzo, to look back a little bit at the past. And in the past, we saw that we always have had perspectives on technology and the way technology interacted and would lead to major new challenges at the societal level, at the ethical level. Think of the whole framework of technology assessment as it was emerged in the 70s and the 80s of the last century, with also the notions of technological forecasting. Could we influence, particularly in particular ways, technology could be used, employed, for instance, of course, in the medical field, in many other areas in which ethical considerations were crucial. And this area of technology forecasting has been expanded, I would say, in the last 20 years or so, with respect to innovation, and where the issue of responsible innovation has emerged. And why is this a crucial issue, in particular with respect to our discussion on artificial intelligence? Well, because to some extent, we had an assumption. We had the assumption that innovation would always be good for you. And the assumption has been undermined, so to say, because of what we saw within industry and with respect to the way in which innovation was used by firms to continuously renew their stock of new products. Think of notions such as planned obsolescence, whereby particular aspects of a new electronic commodity typically would, after certain numbers of years, become no longer functional or would simply be obsolete. And of course, for firms, this notion of obsolescence is essential in order to bring back to the market new products, products with an additional quality feature, which has, of course, to create the demand for these kind of goods. It is what I've called in previous papers, not just creative destruction, as in the Schumpeterian sense of increasing the welfare and the growth, the structural change overall in an economy, leading to the new emerging sectors becoming dominant and destroying here and there an incumbent in an older industry, but to this notion of destructive creation, which means that to some extent we have a process by which we increase the innovation content and potential, but we do it at the expense of other features which are basically destructive at a much more global level. And of course, the consumerism, as we know it and as it has been described, is a typical example of no longer being in line with environmental limits and leading to an incredible amount of continuous consumption, each time shifting in directions of new commodities, which of course add value in some way, but are primarily introduced by firms to wreck, to destroy the value of their existing stock of goods which are on the market. And I think this responsible innovation notion of trying how to address this through, for instance, second-hand markets, to circular economy notions, etc., is really a breakthrough in terms of directing innovation in a new direction. Next slide, please. So this leads me to artificial intelligence and the digital transformation. And clearly, I will be short on this because a lot has already been explained in terms of highlighting the different aspects about the major ethical challenges. So let me just focus on this aspect, which is the third one, which is in this slide, which is really the issue about autonomy. And of course there, an autonomous intelligence, insofar as it can be developed in the future, creates machines that can act on their own. And this is really where we enter the ethical issues, because that leads you to, and as we observe it, the many global platform firms in the internet area, the Googles, the Facebooks, the various other companies who has been very much involved in the LinkedIn, the Google, the various other Amazon and others have entered in that area. And you can see that these large firms, of course, took on the responsibility to develop their own responsible artificial intelligence guidelines. And of course, the issue there is that this is, of course, these global firms are in a position to do so, but they do so within a global environment in which you have many local players, which of course are waiting, are trying to see, and sometimes will adhere to these similar responsible IE guidelines, but in other cases will not. And so the issue which this raises is, of course, the issue about the level playing field at the global level in terms of how do we generate at the global level really a policy framework in which we develop this responsible or this trustworthy artificial intelligence in as far as it is feasible. And of course, this is as much the case, of course, for public authorities which introduce these artificial intelligence methods, etc. And there again, the whole issue about the responsible artificial intelligence or trustworthy artificial intelligence at the governance level is even much more important. I can only refer here briefly to what happened in the own case here in the Netherlands with respect to the use of artificial intelligence methods in terms of tax paying and social advantage being accruing to parts of the population, and the disaster this has led to for the Dutch government of the previous, the current demissionary Dutch government. So again, next slide, please. The digital transformation and the artificial intelligence, which are the challenging issues which we are confronted. I will not go into any detail. I just refer you here to the way the European Commission has developed its own, its so-called ethic publications for trustworthy artificial intelligence, in which 7 key requirements were put forward. And if you look at those, they're very similar to what Kate David from the Australian side, as the chief scientist on the Australian side, put forward. There are issues such as the human agency and oversight, the technical robustness and safety, of course, the privacy and data governance itself, the transparency, the diversity, the non-discrimination nature and fairness of the IE, the societal and environmental well-being, and ultimately the accountability. So next slide, please. So what you see in each of these cases, and I think the highlights, particularly of Kate David, were illustrative of this. You brought in that at the implementation level, it's very nice to have these principles, but how do you implement them? This is really a major challenge. And you can see that there have been proposals. I think that, and I follow very much here what David Rolwick put forward with respect to the climate aspect. You really need here that engineers will have to work in interaction with the social scientists to develop further these principles in case of a mishap. And the idea here, for instance, that you could imagine that AI systems would contain a black box, exactly like in the case of airplanes, which can be used in situations when there is a forensic exercise which will have to be carried out when major mishaps have been produced. Second element, which is also very much in line with the climate, with the AI use in climate change, and in particular here this notion of Industry 5.0 is really the issue about, can we use these IE applications with respect also to all the links in the economic system, including the financial links? to what extent can we introduce formally? We have a lot of debates these days in Europe, but I'm sure at the global level also with the major accounting firms on introducing the so-called environmental, social, and governance principles within companies to bring them into line with some of these major environmental climate change challenges, and not just those, but also the social impact. So these are some of the ultimate considerations where we will have to look much more at implementation issues. Implementation issues each time within a national environment, but still crucial for the further integration of artificial intelligence in this, what I've called here, Industry 5.0. We will never be able to surrender responsibility to the machines itself. Next slide and final slide. Well, this presentation was focused very much on the global challenges. And these global challenges, you can clearly see it at the world level. And this is, of course, the European challenge also, is that on the one hand, we have had the emergence of some sort of responsible or trustworthy artificial intelligence to the companies themselves, these global companies, these global internet platform companies themselves, following what you could say more or less 3 decades of self-regulation in the United States. And you see the waking up there, what you could call to some extent surveillance capitalism emerging in the US, with the US model being one of how can I surveil, how can I control this kind of monopoly capitalism, inequality capitalism with very large monopolies, so to say, in the internet platform world emerging at the global level. And on the other hand, you see the response to some extent on the Chinese side, which is a very different one, and which I have quoted here as being state surveillance. So the battle, certainly as we feel it in the European case, and I would love to hear how the Korean response would be to this, is of course this balancing act between, on the one hand, surveillance capitalism, in which direction we are moving with the introduction of artificial intelligence, and on the other hand, state surveillance, which of course raises, which is sometimes to the detriment of fundamental rights and access and freedom of access and privacy issues. So to conclude, it's clear that, you know, at the global level, we are confronted with major global challenges in the way we can create a global policy field in which we would agree. It's clear that if we look at the responses to the COVID-19 crisis, the immediacy of a crisis emerging, national responses are dominant. And yet we do have the hope fixed, so to say, on the scientific community, which increasingly has collaborated when confronted with this crisis. So the only hope we can have here is that on the science side, we will continue as the examples which were given by both in the private field, like by Comrade Khan, or in the public field, like David Rolnick. We can have the interaction, the collaboration of scientists will further help us to address these global crises as they will be emerging, will further create new solutions, new technological solutions, but ultimately the resilience, the way in which policymakers will have to respond, will have to be by focusing and being prepared to give more direction towards those scientific and technological directions in order to solve some of the major impacts of these crises. Next slide, please. So let me thank you all very much, and I look forward to possible questions there might be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Luc Sote. Quite intriguing speech on the direction of AI and DX. He especially emphasized trustworthy AI, responsible innovation, and responsible AI. We have heard 3 wonderful presentations from David Rolnick, Kamran Khan, and Luc Sote. Now it's time for panel discussion. We have also 3 outstanding discussants, Daniel Bolben, Sang-Hoon Lee, and Hyunjung Kim. As we have very limited time, please forgive me to give each of you just about 5 minutes. And we have no predetermined questions, so it's up to you. And the language is also up to you. let me introduce first discussant Daniel Bolben. Daniel Bolben is the ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea. As member in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, he has got diverse experiences in such area as Africa, EU, India, and the United Nations. Daniel Bolben, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and can I start by thanking you, my fellow panelists, and of course the presenters, and of course the organizers of this conference. I think it's incredibly stimulating as a government representative to be in this environment where you mix academia, very high level of technical expertise with very concrete policy proposals. So I think this is something Sweden could definitely learn from, and this is also an area where the cooperation between Sweden and the Republic of Korea is particularly close and dense. I will be quite brief. I wanted to pick up on a few things that have been said so far that I thought were noteworthy, and then maybe give one or two examples in this area from handling COVID and handling the climate crisis from a Swedish perspective. But the first remark I wanted to pick up on was that of your Prime Minister this morning, that new technologies need to be human-centered and we need to close the digital divide. I think this is crucial for us policymakers. Also, as we heard in the two speeches earlier today, or in the three speeches, that the effects of new technologies are not predetermined, and these effects are up to us. I think that is a lesson that we as policymakers need to look very closely at, and also that there are many equity considerations and considerations of empowering stakeholders as we apply these new technologies. We have seen, I think, not only in Sweden, but in Korea and everywhere else in the world, how AI and data are crucially important to monitor, understand, and mitigate crises, both like the COVID pandemic and the climate change crisis. I think one general remark, and I think it's true here as well as in Sweden, that the pandemic has really accelerated innovation. I think the green transition that we're all going through as well has also accelerated innovation, which is a good thing. And I wanted to give two examples from the Swedish context when it comes to the corona pandemic. One thing that we have found to be a very useful indicator to monitor and predict the spread of COVID infections have been analysis of wastewater, where we have seen trace amounts of COVID virus give high precision data. This has been used by some Swedish institutions, such as the Royal Institute of Technology, to also predict the need for beds in hospitals. This is something that many of us may not have imagined was possible before Corona. Now it's something that is regularly used and could perhaps be used for other infectious diseases as well. The other thing that I wanted to mention that was mentioned by the previous speaker as well was how mobile phone operators have analyzed changes in travel patterns of users, and I think governments from that data have been able to see how well recommendations have been followed, what mobility has looked like, and so on and so forth. I also wanted to end with another Swedish example in the way we think of new technologies. And as has also been mentioned earlier in this conference, that with new technologies also follows a great responsibility to ensure both human safety and beneficial results. One government initiative that we have found to be very useful is the Committee for Technological Innovation Ethics that has been set up in Sweden. This is a committee that is active in the same area as the fourth IR committee. But while it is active in the same technological field, the mission is to promote responsible technological development. And this could mean many things, but of course one thing is to consider ethical aspects of the application of new technologies. So those were my remarks. I will hand over to my fellow panelists to take the discussion forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ben. Now let me invite next discussant, Sang-Hoon Lee. Sang-Hoon Lee is the Chief of Central Radio Management Service in the Ministry of Science and ICT of Korea. He has 26 years of career dedicated to digital development of Korea, and he has worked with many international bodies like ITU, UNDP, and OECD. Sang-Hoon Lee, please.
먼저 소개 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction. And I'm very honored to be part of this panel discussion at this important conference. While we are still grappling with the COVID crisis, it is truly meaningful that we have this international conference. And though virtually, it's indeed a great pleasure for me to meet all these renowned figures from abroad. What I'd like to talk about today is that in line with the theme of this session, future technology that will save the Earth and how to deal with climate crisis and infectious disease. What kind of technologies will save the world? If you raise me this question, it's a very open-ended question, right? So it's not easy to answer this open-ended question. But let me give you my perspective. That is, I would like to talk about the value of technology. When we assess technology, depending on where we place importance, we either our assessment of the technology could be very different. So some value and appreciate the technology, whereas others overlook the importance of the technology. In other words, depending on what kind of lens you have, the assessment results can be different. So from developers' perspective, they will think about for how long the technology will continue to be expanded and flourish. So he will focus on the potential of expansion and further development. And also investors, for those who provide the funding to the technological developments, they will care about the financial benefit that they will get. And these two perspectives have been the most common lens that we have applied for technological assessment. However, as we have experienced the COVID crisis, our perspectives got changed. And now we have to use different lens. So we have talked a lot about this, and this is nothing new. But we haven't really put them into practice. So we have to apply a new perspective for technology assessment. That is life. In this conference, in the previous session, and also in many other meetings with the government, international organizations, we all talk about human-centered technology, technology for human, trustworthy technology. Yes, these are all very important. That's why everybody is talking about it. However, when it comes to reality, do we really put them into practice? Do we really take care of the human values for technological development? In 1918, the Spanish flu swept the world, and at the time, it claimed the lives of 40 million people. That's according to WHO estimate. And then 100 years after, we are now experiencing the COVID-19, and which claimed the lives of 5.34 million people. And we don't know how many more people will die because of COVID-19. And in Korea in 1918, because of the Spanish flu, 140,000 people died. And currently, with the COVID, 4,500 people up until today have lost their lives because of COVID. So for the past 100 years, we have witnessed tremendous progress in science and technology, as well as human civilization. But in retrospect, for the past 100 years, the global population increased by 4.4 times. However, the COVID claimed the lives of 5.34 million people. And I think that this is truly something wrong. This is a serious problem. Then what went wrong? The first thing is that the facial masks that are so readily available, at the start of the COVID crisis, the mask was not supplied properly and adequately. We all experienced the shortage of facial mask. Facial mask is a very important item to guard ourselves against the pandemic. So even after the COVID subsides, I believe that we have to keep the stock of facial mask in order to protect ourselves. Of course, manufacturing facial mask does not require sophisticated technologies. But what's important here is that we have to mass produce masks at low cost so that everybody can have access to it. So here you see the technology should lead to innovation in manufacturing as well as innovation in uses. Now going back to the vaccine issue, vaccines by and of itself, only a few people claimed the cancellation of the patent of the vaccines so that everybody can have free access, and only then we can finish this COVID crisis without seeing many variants being emerged. However, there was the profitability issue of pharmaceutical company, and those voices were just dwarfed by pharmaceutical companies pursuing only financial profits. So I talked about the value of life and human beings. Let me give you a simple example. Let's say that you have pests at your home, like cockroach. The way you dispel that is you have to make proactive efforts. You shouldn't stay in your master's room. Rather, you have to spray pesticides and in order to eradicate cockroaches. So the methodology is simple, and we all know how to do it. But the reason that we don't put them into practice is because we always place our priority on economic benefit, financial benefit. That's why we somehow turn a blind eye to simple solutions. Now, in year 2050, before year 2050, we will continue to face the climate crisis and pandemic, and also disparities and bipolarization between the haves and the have-nots. These will continue to be exacerbated. And in order to address these issues, we really have to put our priority on life, the value of life and human beings. Otherwise, we cannot address all these crises in an effective way. Virus knows no border, and climate change knows no border either. And this time, we found that the vaccine does have the border because nationalism always plays here. Only a few countries have the monopoly of the vaccine, and there is always a hegemony working. WHO and the private organizations, they try to take leadership and claim for the interest of developing countries, but many people didn't really lend a serious ear to their voices. And therefore, in the future, I believe that yes, we have to pursue innovation for the sake of technological development. However, rather than having fancy, sophisticated technology, we have to change our perspectives and put more values on life.
only. Next discussant Hyunjun Kim. Hyunjun Kim is co-founder and CEO of Vuno, a leading Korean medical AI company. He has been contributing to the development of AI medical devices and obtained approval for the first AI medical device in Korea. Hyunjun Kim, please share your story.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's an honor for me to be here at this important conference. We are talking about AI, and also we're talking about this important issue of climate change and infectious diseases. I do not think that it is a coincidence that we are discussing this theme. In 2016, we saw AI beat the world's best Go player. And this was because data trained the AI software. And thus far, we talked about machine learning, but we did not have enough data for it to perform well. After the AI Go match, we realized that things that were not possible in the past, if we have enough data, we can solve these problems with AI. And people started looking for other problems that AI can help in solving. However, the problem was we did not have enough quality data. For example, when we tried to anticipate climate change and anticipate the threats of pandemics, we did not have good data. Although we did have some data, but we did not have data well defined, good enough to provide insight. And this is an issue for a lot of government organizations, private sector, and they are preparing for this. When we talk about climate change, we have weather data, temperature data, humidity data, and we also have temporal data that can be the result and the effects. And if we put certain data in, we can make forecasts of what will happen in the future. Likewise, in the pandemic situation that we're facing right now with these infectious diseases, we have fragmented data. However, this data is not appropriate. We do not have quality data that will enable AI engine training. That is why each government started to think about such data, and they're trying to gather this data. We're in the process of gathering this data. But what type of data will help us when we face another pandemic? It is not clear what it will be. It could be temperature data, it can be movement data, or it can be X-ray information, EMR information of patients at individual hospitals. So based on these data, we will have to identify which data will help in responding to future situations. We're just tracking and tracing this at the moment. Therefore, at the moment, we need to put value on the importance of data and try to gather this data. And we are doing this right now. And based on this, we need to identify ways in which we can respond to situations as they unfold. And so with the climate change, it is becoming a global threat. But we don't really have a lot that we can do at this moment. Right now, we need to analyze data to forecast what will happen in the next decade or two. And right now, we are in despair. But if we have more data and if we have more advanced data, and I don't know what type of data that is at the moment, but once it is collected, we can get clues and insights into what we need to do to prevent such a crisis. Also, for pandemics, we need to collect appropriate data. Many people were treated, many people died due to the pandemic, and some are resuming to their normal lives. If we have qualitative data, we can create an AI that will contribute in addressing the pandemic. I do not think that AI will be a silver bullet for all, but I think that it can contribute to a certain extent. So for the challenges that mankind faces, I think that AI has a lot that it can contribute. And one speaker talked about intelligence platform, and I think that this is a good approach. Korea is doing this too. The fourth industrial revolution, already the government is leading in collecting data led by the Ministry of Science and ICC. So my data, my health data, these various types of data are being collected. And we actually do not know at the moment where and how this data will be used. But as I said, we don't know when and how this data will be used, but we need to at least collect this data to prepare for a situation when we will need this data, and that will be what we can do. That's all and the best that we can do at the moment. And with this, I will conclude. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I will be speaking in Korean as I wrap up this session. One mission that I have in life is time management, and I think I was able to well manage the time for this session. This is social innovation session. The title was Future Technologies That Will Save the Earth. So this is a social innovation session, and I would like to summarize what the speakers and panelists said. And I think the key point is that the technology that will save the Earth will be led by AI. However, as some of our speakers said, AI is not a silver bullet. AI needs to be utilized. And we need to think about three aspects as we take advantage of AI. First, trustworthy AI. AI should be something that all can trust, and we should be able to trust the outcome of AI. And second, responsible AI. So if it is not used in a responsible way, it will lead to problems. And third, proper AI. In one of the presentations, it was mentioned that by using AI, climate change, our environment, it might actually damage our environment. So when we use AI, it should be used in a positive way and a proper way. Regarding the title of this session, which is Social Innovation, we really do have to talk about people, because future technology that will save the Earth will be AI. However, AI should not be used by a handful of leaders. It should be used and experienced by all people, and we should work together in collaboration. And we should all utilize AI for AI to be a meaningful technology that really does save the Earth. So I think we have now used up all of our time. Thank you for listening throughout the day. And I would like to thank the Presidential Committee on the Fourth Industrial Revolution for preparing this conference. Thank you very much. The Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, held under the theme AI and Digital Transformation for a Better Future, has provided us with great insights about science and technology and how it will work with human beings. And we realize that technology must work in hand with mankind. And with this, we will conclude the Global Policy Conference on the Fourth Industrial Revolution. I would like to thank all participants who were here with us and the online participants. participants as well. 2021 is coming to an end. It was a tough year, but I hope that you end the year positively, and I look forward to a great new year. Thank you.